the international legislations. Another key important step which the government has taken to promote, especially like the financing ecosystem, is to come up with the gift city ecosystem. So which again is benchmarked globally in terms of providing a competitive and a cost-effective ecosystem by providing appropriate policy and tax ecosystem which is comparable to the best financial hubs in the world. And that ecosystem is also like, taking off pretty well. Already we have had 30, new ships being leased out of this ecosystem. We've had the global leading shipping lines, CMA, CGM, Maersk, and today I saw the news that probably MSC is planning to, also join this list. And very recently, the ships have been given infrastructure status. This again is a critical enabler for the, financing ecosystem for ships. And apart from this, government has also come up with intervention of a equity fund, Maritime Development Fund, which again addresses the need for a long-term patient capital, especially in the maritime sector, which has long gestation periods. And today, like we have been able to put together this forum with a lot of participation from relevant industry people and the relevant finance companies here. And especially as event partners along with the ministry, IFSCA has played a critical role. Along with them, the National Infrastructure Bank has supported us, and the climate fund managers who have also been working with us, which is sponsored by the Netherlands government. So all these three people have put together very interesting and relevant sessions spread across the overall financing ecosystem, and they're talking about the equity and the innovative financing mechanisms, and also about the lending and credit solutions. So we hope this to be a very, very engaging and a productive session, and we intend to take note of what is the expectations of the industry, so that whatever we are doing, we can calibrate it further, sharpen it further, so that we are able to work towards the combined goal of able to support the overall requirements of the maritime financing ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, R. Lakshmananji, for setting the stage for this momentous day. We are now privileged to invite Shri K. Rajaraman, Chairperson, International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFSCA, to deliver his special address.
Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. Anant Nageshwaran, Joint Secretary, Mr. Lakshmanan, Managing Director of the Kamaraja Ports, Mrs. Cynthia, and distinguished participants in this event, sponsors and organizers of this event, NABFID and IFSCA. First of all, a very warm welcome to all of you. I think in this starting Monday, I think there's been high energy in this campus, I think with people from all over the world discussing and debating, listening and contributing to the thought process of how the vision of the Government of India can be supported by all of you in your various capacities. So I would like to, first of all, extend my sincere gratitude to the distinguished speakers and the panelists who have joined us today. Your presence adds significant value in terms of the effort that you have taken and the kind of work that you have done to share, and the effort that has also been taken to share your experience, adding value to the very purpose of this conference. The diversity of experience represented here, which includes people from finance, from policy, maritime operations, sustainability, etc., and also from Mr. Nageshwaran brings in the overall big picture perspective of the Government of India. So all of this will definitely enrich the discussions that we're going to have today in our panel. The collective wisdom and collaboration are vital to shaping the pragmatic solutions and driving forward India's vision of a connected, globally connected blue economy. I also wish to recognize the contribution of our co-organizers, NABFID, and the Climate Fund managers as well, for convening such a distinguished group of panelists as well as participants. The global maritime sector is at an inflection point driven by decarbonization, resilient supply chains, and the rise of the blue economy. India, with one of the largest coastlines and strategic geography, is uniquely positioned to also lead the transformation, especially given the very large size of its market. For instance, last year, the Indian trade touched nearly $1.7 trillion. So the scale of logistics that is required to support this very large trade ecosystem is the subject matter of this conference. So how do we ensure efficiency in logistics? How do we ensure addition to the logistics so as to enable high quality of service and so on and so forth is what will deserve our attention. So the flagship initiatives like what Mr. Lakshmanan outlined include Sagarmala program, the PM Gati Shakti program, and the Maritime India Vision for 2047 and so on and so forth. All are focusing on how India can become sustainable and competitive. So the Government of India focuses on that the ports and the seas should become the engines of achieving the goals of Viksit Bharat by 2047. So Mr. Lakshmanan spoke in great detail about the vision of the Government of India and the various programs that have been outlined and which have been launched very recently. So the focus of all these programs is to ensure that India continues to pull its weight in terms of its potential. I think. So if you look at the overall size of our shipping fleet, I think which is Indian flagged, it is hardly about 1.8% of the overall world's shipping fleet. And if you look at the share of the GDP, it could be around 4%. If you look at the share of the population, it's about 16%. So I think the potential for us to actually to play a very significant role in the world economy, I think is really very, very large. And I think we need to actually to scale up our the cooperative efforts that between the private sector and the public sector and the government to ensure that this happens. One of the very important things that perhaps that has been announced by the Government of India is the shipbuilding program, which I think is phenomenal, and the focus is towards green shipping, which in my view is a great opportunity to actually to spur the technology development within the country. I think so, because as one of our discussions, I think the point that was brought about was that we are doing entering at a time when new technology is impacting the shipping sector, and there is a great opportunity for India to actually to make a significant play in green shipping. So there is a great opportunity in building all the components. I think today I was in fact discussing with one of the asset managers, Neo Asset, who is here. So on what on what are those components? So one of the components which Mr. Lakshmanan should actually look at as part of his is also to build the things like engines. I think the engines which actually power the ships. I think there are hardly, most of these very vital strategic components are imported. So I would like to take the example of the electronics ecosystem, where the Indian government has actually, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has very successfully steered mobile phone manufacturing and electronic component manufacturing within the country, and also focusing on design in India and make in India. So I'm sure that that what we need to do is to also build all these components in India, but also to ensure that the designs also come from India, and because some of these very large ships also present a very challenging design opportunity, which with India hosting the world's largest global capability centers in all the sectors we can imagine. I think we have the largest fabless design companies in Bengaluru, which design all the world's latest chipsets. We have technology companies like Technip and other things which do the chemical and petrochemical processing process design in India. So if you look at the sector, the company is there in India. So I'm sure that getting the top designers of ship designers into India by attracting them with incentives and all those things is also something which we must do as part of this Viksit Bharat at 2047 mission. Because everything starts with the design. Because manufacturing is one part of the story, but designing them in India, for India, I think, and for the world, I think is something which we must certainly do. With that, I slightly shift to the, and so I'm very excited by the range of programs that the Government of India has put out. It presents a great opportunity for technology, a great opportunity for financing, a great opportunity for employment. So in whatever angle that you look at, it presents a very, very interesting and very exciting opportunity. So it all depends upon how well we are able to kind of work together and collaborate in making this happen. So in this piece, let me say that the International Financial Services Center Authority is a very important player in enabling financing all these opportunities. I think. So that is where I think we would play a very important role. Because there are various estimates which have been put out. I think at least our estimate would be that for all these works in the shipping sector, we would require investments in excess of $300 to $350 billion. In shipbuilding, in port building, and a variety of other opportunities. So looking at the big picture, India has opened up the entire economy to the foreign investment since starting 1991, and today the entire economic policy is completely open to the extent that we can say about 99.9% of the activities can come in through the automatic approval route, requiring hardly any approvals. So. And shipping certainly is one of them. So therefore, there is a great opportunity for attracting foreign investments into this. I think there is an opportunity for attracting joint ventures, technology collaborations, and also probably things like getting foreign companies to come and set up shipbuilding platforms and so on and so forth. So the International Financial Services Centers Authority is the fifth financial regulator in India, which was set up in 2019 through an act of parliament. My colleague Dipesh is here, who will obviously make a more detailed presentation. But I would like you to look at this as an alternative platform for investments into India. I think if a foreign investor wants to come into India, there are already two ways of doing it. Number one, I think you can stay wherever you are, maybe in Singapore or maybe in Stockholm, and then invest $1 billion into a company in India and then become a part of the management and manage it remotely. The other way is to actually set up a platform within India and then manage it hands-on. We have created a third method by which I think you are within India for the purposes of geography, for the purpose of human resources, cost of living, etc. And at the same time outside India for the purpose of foreign exchange. So we have created an offshore financial platform where the medium of exchange is foreign exchange. So you get the benefit of moving your cash effortlessly without any capital controls in place. So the advantage is that companies can probably structure their operations in such a way that I think they can use the benefit of GIFT City's flexibility along with the benefits of human resources, cost of living, the large market that India presents. So our idea of setting up this, the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister in setting up this platform was actually to create one more option for the foreign investor. So today, India, the gross foreign investments that come into India on an annual basis, last year, for instance, was about $81 billion. The target for the Viksit Bharat is a very long-term journey. So obviously, in order to achieve the journey, India would need to attract significantly larger sums of money as foreign investment. While domestic capital generation is in progress, as India grows, persons start investing into the stock markets and saving in the banks, which can in larger sums than before. There is always a requirement that India's aggressive growth targets will require large sums of money to come from abroad. To the extent that I would say that we should pitch the annual inflow of foreign investment from current $81 billion to go up to at least about $200 to $250 billion on an annual basis. For this, a lot of very hard work is involved, which the Government of India, led by the Honorable Prime Minister, is working at. The first, I would like to talk about 4 pillars. The first pillar is obviously the reform pillar. I think this is work in progress. Lakshmanan just told us about how they have completely replaced the colonial era laws with modern laws. This is being done feverishly by all the ministries. I think over the next year or so, I would expect that every ministry will have replaced its legal architecture. And this will probably then lead to smarter and better regulations being built beneath these laws. We expect the regulations to become, which are being put in place by regulators like us, to be even simpler, easier to navigate, and so on and so forth. And this is already happening in many other sectors where there are new laws. So while the reform pillar is one of the biggest pillars, the next pillar is the investment pillar. So we'll have to figure out ways and means how to attract investments in manufacturing in core areas of, including areas like shipping, and also in terms of infrastructure, I think. So if you look at the third pillar, it is technology. I think we need to become a technology. India is already a technology powerhouse, but getting to actually to design products which are world class is actually yet another. It's a very important game in which India is getting into, and we expect that shipbuilding will be one of the areas where I think we will probably grow aggressively. I will stop by saying that the International Financial Services Centers Authority is an agile platform. We call ourselves a startup regulator or a regulatory startup. I think we can call it whatever you want to, because we are constantly looking at the global marketplaces and seeing how we can support new forms of business. Because innovation is the hallmark of today, and unless the policymakers also provide for innovation, I think we will not be able to scale up to the expectations of the market. So therefore, we have been constantly looking at best practices across the world. Our regulations are benchmarked to the best of the world, and our focus is on how we provide a high quality of service and a high ease of doing business. So we look forward to all of you. You have active discussions with the panelists and also off the panel during the tea and the lunch time, and look forward to very active inputs from all of you. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Sri Rajaramanji, for highlighting the transformative potential of GIFT IFSCA in enabling maritime finance, ship leasing and financing. I now have the honor to invite Sri V. Anantha Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, to deliver a special address and share his insights on the evolving landscape of India's blue economy and the financial strategies shaping its future.
Distinguished colleagues on the stage, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here to share my thoughts. First of all, the sheer scale and the range of activities and seminars and symposium planned as part of this India Maritime Week is in itself a very powerful signal of the ambitions and aspirations that the Government of India and the ecosystem have for India's maritime industry. So for that, my sincere compliments and praise to the Ministry of Shipping for putting up this show, because it does send a very powerful signal of India's plans for this sector. Mr. Rajaraman, in a way, anticipated quite a few things that I was planning to say about the importance of financing. So I will say a few things about the state of the Indian economy. We should be quite satisfied with the way the Indian economy has responded to the global uncertainties this year and the tariff-related developments as well. The direct tax relief given in the budget on February 1st, the direct tax simplification that was done in the summer months, and more recently, the goods and services tax reductions and process improvements all have combined to improve the economic growth prospects for this year to near or around 7% in real terms for FY26. When we wrote the economic survey in February, we thought growth will be in the range of 6.3 to 6.8% in real terms. And then when the tariff developments hit us, we thought it will be even closer to 6%. But the resilience of the economy, the timely policy measures taken to boost demand, have actually placed us in a very comfortable position. And if you look at the central bank actions, the fact that inflation food prices inflation and overall inflation both have been trending quite low. And that has made the central bank not only drop interest rates, but also take liquidity and regulatory measures to ensure ample funds availability in the economy. Many of you may be looking at the bank credit statistics alone and thinking that India's bank credit growth has slowed down. But since we are in a symposium related to the blue economy and financing, I have to point out that some of you may be familiar with the RBI's Handbook of Statistics. Table 63 in the Handbook of Statistics is a table that gives you the total picture of resources mobilized in the Indian economy for the commercial sector. That total resource mobilization sum has grown at an annual rate of 28.5% every year in the last 6 years. It includes bank funding, NBFC funding, commercial paper, bond issuance, private debt placement, equity market activity, etc. So if you take the entire spectrum of capital markets and the banking system and the non-banking system, resource availability is very ample as far as the Indian economy and the investment needs are concerned. With specific reference to the maritime sector, today India has 2 ports in the global top 30. Just about 10 years ago, there was no Indian port in the top 30 global ports in 2015. Today we rank number 2 in global ship recycling. We were 3rd in 2017. And in terms of logistics performance, although we are still not where we should be, but compared to where we were in 2014 at the 54th rank, now we have improved to 38th rank in the Logistics Performance Index. And when it comes to the World Competitiveness Index, we were 71 in 2015, and we have improved to the 41st position in 2025. In particular, in the last decade alone, there has been a near doubling of the port handling in the major port handling capacity, 152% increase in the Indian seafarers, and more importantly, there has been a reduction in the port handling time, matching some of the peers in the East Asian economy, like Singapore. When I look at the challenges that the sector faces, it is very familiar because some of the issues that affect the broader economy affect the shipping sector as well. Whether it is sourcing of raw materials, particularly steel, infrastructure gaps, the talent and technology gap that exists not commensurate with the aspirations we have, and the cost disadvantages. Now, these are ongoing challenges for an aspirational economy which has improved from $300 per capita to $2,700 per capita in nominal terms in the last 30 years. And we have done that transition or progress without accumulating the kind of debt that many economies have accumulated, even as they are facing the prospect of demographic aging. We have relatively lower levels of debt in the economy as a whole, and our median age of the Indian population is 28 years. So we are looking ahead to a period of sustained, moderate to high growth. So what is it that we need to do to tap this possibility or potential into performance? And that very much applies to the maritime sector as it does to the overall economy as well. The key is to continue with policy reforms and deregulation. Some of the Indian ports themselves, such as Jawaharlal Nehru Port or JNPT Port, the kind of standards it has set in terms of the turnaround time, the unloading and loading speed, the customs formalities, inspection procedures, etc., have to become the national standard and the benchmark for every other port. When it comes to financing, the Government of India has not been squeamish. A financial assistance package of 25,000 crores nearly, a maritime development fund of 25,000 crores, there is a shipbuilding and development scheme that have been all announced in the course of the last few years, ensuring and sending a signal that budgetary support to this sector, given its strategic importance, will not be found wanting in the years to come. And more importantly, what I am very pleased about is from the Ministry of Shipping, the kind of legal and regulatory reforms they have undertaken in the course of the last few years to modernize maritime law, reducing compliance burden, and improve the ease of doing business. And that is what most investors, domestic or foreigner, will continue to look for. And therefore, it is important that we first make sure that all ports in the country operate on uniform standards and processes and procedures, and there are no differing interpretations of laws, rules, and regulations from one port to the other. And then we should strive to meet global standards, particularly in East Asia. We are at a very important inflection point in the world. In the next 20 years, both geopolitics and geoeconomics will not be the same as it was in the last 40 years, when it was marked by predictability, globalization, more integration. In contrast, the next 20 years will be marked by more fragmentation and less integration, less predictability, and more of a battle for market share, because the market pie itself will not be growing as fast as it did in the last 40 years. Therefore, when the rising tide will not be lifting all boats, the boats that are well prepared and well equipped, and this is an apt analogy for a maritime conference, the boats that are well equipped and well prepared will be the ones that will be able to navigate not the rising tide but also the volatile waves. And towards that extent, therefore, whatever we continue to do in terms of lowering the cost of capital, and that is where Government of India's track record in controlling inflation and bringing down the borrowing costs for the sovereign from 9.5% 10 years ago to 6.5% in 1 decade will be an important contribution to the private sector. When the benchmark borrowing cost comes down, it will naturally result in lower cost of capital for the private sector as well, and it will be our endeavor from the Government of India to continue to adhere to fiscal prudence, fiscal stability, low inflation, and therefore low borrowing costs for the industry as well. In fact, many of you may know that this year alone, India has received 3 credit rating upgrades. Standard & Poor upgraded India from BBB minus to BBB. DBRS upgraded us from BBB to BBB plus, and R&I rating in Japan upgraded us also from BBB to BBB plus. If we stay on this track, we will then soon move into the single A status, and that will bring down the cost of capital even more significantly, and that is the very big contribution that Government of India can and will make to shipping industry and to the entire industry as well. Therefore, given that we are going to face very important and significant global challenges in the next 20 years or so, all of us have to be willing to think openly and outside the box. What took us from there to here, from $300 per capita to $2,700 per capita, will not take us from $2,700 to $27,000 per capita. We need to think differently. We need to be agile, flexible, and be willing to reimagine the kind of familiar legal and regulatory landscape that we have put up in the last 30 to 40 years. And I'm very sure that the Ministry of Shipping and the entire Indian maritime and shipping industry will be equal to the task. And from the policy perspective, the government of India will continue to provide not only regulatory simplification landscape, and more importantly, continue to ensure lower cost of capital and availability of finance for the aspirations of this industry and this sector, which will play a very critical role not only in our trade, but also in our security, which should be an important dimension in the coming years. I wish the rest of the Maritime Week a lot of success and a lot of fruitful interaction for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nageswaran, for a deep and analytical perspective on the policy and economic framework driving India's maritime growth. Now we move on to our first technical segment. I invite Dr. Dipesh Shah, Executive Director, IFSCA, to make a presentation on GIFT IFSC, Development and Opportunities for Ship Leasing and Financing. Dr. Dipesh Shah has over 23 years of professional experience in international business, project development, and corporate affairs and corporate law and policy matters. His most prominent achievement includes setting up and operationalizing India's first smart city and international financial service center, GIFT IFSC. Dr. Shah has been associated with the development of GIFT City since its inception in 2008. We look forward to the esteemed Dr. Shah's presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sure many of you might be wondering what happened. The session is not over and the technical session got started. You know, what has been the realignment? I think the secretary is expected to come and deliver his speech, so probably I got a time slot. I got an upgrade to come and speak in front of all of you, and especially speaking after the Chief Economic Advisor and the Chairman IPSCA, which has given you really a broad perspective of what all you can expect in the Indian economy and what all you can expect from the shipping industry. My task is simple in terms of what you can expect from the International Financial Services Center at GIFT City, which is the Government of India's initiative of building its own international financial center, which is now coming up and in getting operationalized as India's first offshore financial center within onshore India. If you see from the perspective of why an international financial services center, I think this slide will help you to understand why India needed an international financial services center. I think we are in front of so many experts, and I'm sure most of you would have done your businesses. Say, for example, you wanted to bring in more funds or capital investments into India, people took you to Mauritius. You wanted a ship on lease, people took you to Dubai or Singapore. You wanted an aircraft on lease, people took you to Dublin. I think there is, in this graph, you can see all the places that you actually went with India business. And you also exported jobs outside India. And what is now being tried to attempt by the Government of India through the GIFT City is, how can we bring this business back into India and create a similar international financial services opportunities in India for the Indian market and for the global markets? And that's where now this graph is changing. From the perspective of where we were to where we are now, the graph is helping to bring the businesses which has gone out. For example, in ship leasing, in aircraft leasing, and several other areas, it is now coming back into India in terms of its overall expansion. India has now created two systems, which you can see on the screen now. We have an domestic international business, and we have international financial services center. The column 2, which you see on the screen, is a new system in which India is now bringing the capital into India as an inbound and outbound gateway. And you can see what this new center is trying to achieve. When you come into this new center, under foreign exchange law of India, it's a non-resident zone. So you are outside the foreign exchange FEMA provisions of India. You can transact into any convertible 15 foreign currency. The only currency you can't transact is Indian rupee when you are within the GIFT City ecosystem. You have a tax holiday. Out of 10 years, there is no tax on the business profits that you earn in GIFT City for your international business. You are within India, but there are several carve-outs provided in terms of the businesses that you run in GIFT. And you are operated through one single unified regulator, which is again a system which is helping many institutions to get operationalized very fast in terms of this economic zone. What have been done? I think the Honorable Prime Minister of India, during his time as a Chief Minister of the state, visualized GIFT City as a project of national importance. He said at that time that if India don't have its own financial services center, we will keep exporting jobs and exporting business outside India. And we should create our own financial center to bring this business and jobs into India. And that's how the GIFT City today is now trying to bring in those businesses which has got out back into India through GIFT. You can see the journey since 2013 to 2025. I think there has been a remarkable progress in terms of how the financial center has now evolved into a growth trajectory. What you can now see on the screen is when you come into GIFT, you can do multiple businesses, including ship leasing and financing. And this is where probably the new way of international financial services business emerging in India. And you can see virtually from a banking to asset management to insurance to financing, all ecosystem are now in front of you. And for the maritime sector, I think this is the best opportunity to use GIFT City for your financing requirements as we grow in the maritime sector. In terms of overall business where it stands, I think in GIFT City now is close to more than 1,000 registrations in terms of firms operating there. And you're almost $100 billion of banking asset size now sitting in GIFT. This is itself is a large in terms of the scale and size it can achieve. And as I was hearing to the Chief Economic Advisor, the way India is projected to grow for next 20 to 25 years, I'm sure not only GIFT, but the whole of India is going to experience a new wave of growth in the international financial services. And probably that's why we say that inbound and outbound gateway for India could emerge through GIFT City for the financing ecosystem. And we have seen the number of funds getting registered, the number of aircraft that are getting leased out of GIFT City, the number of aviation assets which have now been put into India, and so forth, and for many other business classes that you see there. In terms of some of the important global institutions, they all are present into the GIFT City ecosystem. I think in the shipping side, we already have players like MOL from Japan, we have CMA, CGM from France, we have Maersk, and we have Reliance, all setting up their ship leasing arm into GIFT for leasing into India and for outside, which is again, as I said, is evolving into a new economic zone for international financial services. For ship leasing and financing, what have we done? We created a very simple regulation, bringing this business which were outside, as we saw in the opening slide. We have a simple regulation which allows you to register your ship leasing entity in GIFT. By doing that, you are able to then lease ships into India. You are able to borrow and finance, get your financing in dollar terms in GIFT City. And you are also able to undertake the global leasing business through GIFT City. This probably is now helping more than 35 ship lessors registered in GIFT, with almost 30 plus ships now leased from the IFFC at GIFT City into India and outside, which is again becoming a very important destination to bring in more and more ships into India. As you can see, our regulations are very simple in terms of onboarding. If you are an entity into ship leasing, you simply come and register yourself, or you want to create a new entity for ship leasing, you are free to do that through the regulation framework that we have at GIFT City. And then it helps you to transact in the freely convertible foreign currency, as you can see. I have one more slide to go, and probably, as you can see from the slides, that what efforts the government of India has put in creating this whole ecosystem of financing, GIFT is adding a lot of value for bringing these businesses which have gone out. And at GIFT, for ship leasing, I think the best infrastructure probably the GIFT provides is it's a unified zone. All your approvals, all your, starting your operations, everything goes at one place. You don't need to take approvals from multiple institutions and regulators when you're operating from the GIFT City ecosystem. And that is what is bringing large number of institutions into GIFT. In terms of tax, for direct tax, as I said, the government has provided out of 10 years, there is no tax on the business profits that you earn. There is no minimum alternate tax if you adopt the new structure at GIFT. There is no withholding tax on the interest payments. There is no capital gain tax on the assets that you sell from the GIFT City. And also there is no withholding tax on the lease rentals that operate from the GIFT City. In terms of indirect taxes, there are no GST because this is an offshore zone and this is an SEZ. There are no GST. You can provide services within IFFC, you can provide services outside free of GST. And the resident entities, when you supply into India, you pay normal GST on your operations. With this, friends, I would probably request all of you that if you now have a new system, you have a new zone available, and probably this is a time that you should come and make a visit to GIFT and see for yourself as to how this new center can help you develop the ship leasing and financing ecosystem at a large scale. Thank you very much, friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah, for highlighting how GIFT IFSC is emerging as a gateway for global maritime leasing and financial innovation. Requesting all the dignitaries to please proceed back to stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a very special segment of this plenary session, the exchange of memorandums of understanding that marks the new collaborations and financing partnership in India's maritime sector. These MOUs reflect the glowing synergy between the Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited and India's leading institutions towards unlocking innovative funding avenues for port-led and maritime infrastructure projects. Now I would like to call upon stage the Chairman and Managing Director of the Housing and Urban Development Corporation. And I'd also like to call upon stage the Director, Finance, Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited, SMFCL, for the exchange of an MOU for exploring collaboration and financing opportunities in the maritime sector. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I would like to invite Executive Director Infrastructure from the REC Infrastructure Finance Limited and the Director Projects Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited for the exchange of an MOU to enhance financial collaboration and strengthen investment flows into the maritime sector. A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome on stage Shri Vijay Kumarji, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Shri Vijay Kumarji is a 1992 batch IAS officer of the AGMUT cadre, currently serving as Secretary in the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Sir has held a high-level position in various departments, both in India and internationally. His experience spans key sectors including education, trade, excise, water supply, and transportation. This includes Special Secretary, Corporation, New Delhi Principal Secretary, Power Department, UT, Admin, Union Territory of Lakshadweep, and CEO Delhi Jal Board.
A very good morning, friends, and sorry for the delay. So, Chairperson, International Financial Services Center Authority, Shri K. Rajaramanji, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests from the maritime and financial industry, a very good morning and namaskar. So, today's forum comes at a defining moment for India's maritime journey. It's anchored in the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, for which the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways is pursuing a holistic and comprehensive strategy to make India a global hub for shipbuilding, port-led development, and blue economy financing. The blue economy itself is now emerging as one of the most dynamic and multidimensional growth frontiers for Viksit Bharat. It embodies the confluence of economic opportunity, environmental responsibility, and financial innovation. However, the true realization of this potential depends on one crucial enabler: finance. Maritime infrastructure, port modernization, shipbuilding, offshore energy, and coastal ecosystem projects, they are inherently capital intensive and they are very long gestation. They need access to finance which is patient, innovative, and blended. Against this backdrop, today's Blue Economy Finance and Investment Forum will serve as a very useful platform for insightful discussions on ship leasing, ownership models, blue bonds, blended finance, and investment strategies to position India as a premier destination for maritime finance. The goal is to make India, to put India in the global shipbuilding map as amongst the top 5 shipbuilding nations in the world by 2047. This is a huge target, and government is working with a comprehensive package. In fact, recently, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, the Union Cabinet approved a 70,000 crore rupees comprehensive package to catalyze India's shipbuilding and maritime ecosystem. This is structured around basically a 4-pillar approach. 1, strengthen domestic shipbuilding capacity. 2, enhance access to long-term maritime financing. 3, develop greenfield and brownfield shipyards and clusters. And implement taxation, legal, and skilling reforms for sectoral competitiveness. Together, these initiatives are projected to generate over 30 lakh jobs, attract investments of over 4.5 lakh crore, and strengthen India's strategic, trade, and energy security, making a transformative step towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat. Again, to stress, in this transformation, finance will play the role of both anchor and accelerator. And in that journey, India's International Financial Services Center at GIFT City, it will be a key institutional enabler. And already, as we are aware, under the leadership of Shri K. Rajaraman, the IFSC has already evolved into a vibrant ecosystem connecting India's financial capabilities with global markets. The IFSC now serves as a gateway for ship leasing, vessel financing, marine insurance, and alternate financing structure, enabling global capital to participate in India's maritime renaissance. Friends, I hope the discussions today on ship leasing, ownership models, capital market instruments, funds, and blended finance will help build frameworks for mobilizing both public and private capital in the sector. Again, on behalf of the ministry, I extend our warmest welcome and deepest gratitude to Shri Rajaramanji, to all the distinguished gatherings, everybody who is here, and I hope it will result into very productive and useful collaboration. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Vijay Kumarji, for those inspiring and encouraging words. And now to proceed with the third MOU signing, I invite the Executive Director Finance of the Indian Railway Finance Corporation, IRFC, and the Director Finance, Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited, SMFCL, for the exchanging of an MOU for exploring collaboration and financing opportunities in the maritime sector. I now invite Ms. Irene Cynthia, Managing Director, Kamarajar Port Limited, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Today it's been a very, I should say, interesting and warm day. We are inaugurating the plenary session of a day-long discussion on finance. I would like to thank all our dignitaries, stakeholders, current and future investors for being present today. To begin with, I would like to extend my warm thanks to Shri K. Rajaraman, Chairperson of IFSCA, for his special address. The point he noted regarding logistics support required for a $1.7 trillion trade. The shipping fleet being 1.8% of global fleet, with Indian population being at 16%, clearly shows the kind of growth that we should strive for in the coming days. He also pointed out how we have technology firms, how we have ship designing capacity in-house, and what we are looking for are joint venture partners, collaborators, both Indian and foreign, especially foreign for IFSCA, to take this leap forward to build this maritime sector that we are envisaging. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Shri V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. His very presence today, I think, made a strong signal of the growth of the Indian economy, how we are charting out new waters, new routes. He also pointed out how in the last decade, we have improved our World Logistics Index rankings, how we have doubled our port handling capacity, and all this keeping our debt levels very low. He also emphasized the need for having stable fiscal policies, low-cost debt financing, and good country ratings that will again push our sector for further growth. I would like to thank our Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Vijay Kumar, for his guidance and nudge that has gone into having this beautiful session on the Blue Economy Forum today. With Sir's vision and inspiration, we are hoping that we will reach many more milestones to come. I would like to thank our Joint Secretary Ports, Sri Lakshmanan, who has been, I should say for our team at least, the guiding point, who had been giving us brilliant ideas, bringing us back to the track whenever we went off track. For Sir's role in establishing the Maritime Development Fund that we are holding today, and for his presence here, for doing the context setting and the inaugural address. Today, I'll just give a small gist of the sessions that we are looking forward to. We have our sessions packed in 3 parcels. Parcel 1 with IFSCA. One presentation is already out, setting out the opportunities available in the IFSCA Gift City for ship ownership and leasing, followed by a lunch event for a more cordial conversation on investments, possible areas to explore. Post-lunch, we have 2 parallel sessions, one handled by CFM. We are going to look at how Maritime Development Fund has been envisaged, what are the policies that are being brought into it, followed by a panel discussion on blending capital for maritime financing. Along with this, we have NABFID, National Bank for Infrastructure Development, leading the discussion on lending and credit solutions. We will be looking at debt markets for maritime financing and panel discussion as to how our maritime financing capabilities can be developed for greater progress. We are going to conclude with a very strong note as to how and why we are bullish on India's maritime sector by Mr. Sanjay Mehta. Along with this, I would like to thank our event partners, IFSCA, National Bank for Infrastructure Development, Climate Fund managers for their, I should say, incredible process in the last 2 months where they have tried to put in all the sessions together, pick out speakers, pick out possible investors, people who will be invested in our sector, our stakeholders, and to think through how we can bring all this together in a particular forum for a very, I should say, enlightening discussion. Today, our discussions are going to explore the huge potential of India's maritime sector and the important role of innovative financing in shaping its future. The blue economy is to be developed by bringing together economic development, environmental care, and global cooperation. I again sincerely thank Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and all the participants for their valuable contribution. Let's keep working together to guide India's maritime sector toward a future of sustainability, inclusion, and global leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cynthia, for your gracious words and appreciation of today's distinguished gathering. I would now like to request Ms. Cynthia to give a memento to Shri K. Rajaraman, Chairperson, IFSCA. A round of applause. I would also like to call upon stage Shri Dipesh Shah, Executive Director, IFSCA, to give a memento to Srimati Irene Cynthia, Managing Director, Kamaraja Port Limited. A round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Shah. We shall now begin our panel session on developing local capability for global opportunities, building a ship ownership, flagging and leasing hub in IFSC for strategic investments. I would like to call upon stage the moderator of this session, Shri Ashutosh Sharma, Chief General Manager, IFSCA. Mr. Sharma is a seasoned banker, and as a founding team member in IFSCA, he has contributed to development of various regulations and ecosystems in GIFT IFSC, including ship leasing and financing. Also, please join me in welcoming on stage Shri Shyam Jagannath, Director General of Shipping. Shri Jagannath, a 1997 batch IAS officer of the Assam Meghalaya cadre, has previously served as a Zonal Development Commissioner, SEEPS SEZ, Mumbai. He has also served as Commissioner and Secretary, Finance Department, Government of Assam, Commissioner North Assam Division, Revenue Department, Government of Assam, and as Commissioner, Commercial Taxes, Chairman, Civil Supplies Corporation, Department of Food and Civil Supplies, Department of Finance, Government of Kerala. Now, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Ludwig Renov, Senior Vice President, Commercial Agencies and Network, CMA, CGM. Mr. Renov is a seasoned shipping veteran with over 2 decades at CMA CGM, holding senior commercial leadership roles across geographies. Now we welcome Mr. Abhishek Pandey, Global Head, Transportation Finance, Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Pandey is a seasoned banker and currently the global head of transportation finance for Standard Chartered Bank. He joined the bank in 2007 and since then has been involved in originating, structuring, and executing transactions globally. Lastly, please join me in welcoming Mr. Karan Kochar, Managing Director, AP Moeller Maris. Mr. Kochar is a maritime professional with 20 plus years of experience, now leading Maris India operations as Managing Director. Now I shall formally hand it over to the moderator of the session, Mr. Sharma. Handing it over to you.
I'm audible? Yeah. I think very excellent plenary session, very senior speakers here, and they've given us good thoughts of how to take forward the financing part in GIFT IFSC. I welcome my panelists here. Again, depth of knowledge and experience here. I think between the shipping companies, they have more than 1,300 ships, vessels, between two of you. And then we have our Director General Shipping, expert in the policy making. And then what everyone requires, the financiers, and one of the largest financiers in the world. And thanks a lot to all of them for deciding to travel down specifically for this session on GIFT IFSC here. Some points which were made earlier in the previous session, and Chairperson also mentioned some of the points. I'll try to use those to set up the context of discussion. The agenda of this discussion panel is more to focus on how to make Maritime Hub in GIFT IFSC. And we have given 3 dimensions for this panel. One is ship ownership, flagship reforms, if any, and ship leasing. IFSC being a regulator, ship leasing comes naturally to us, and we have enabled that. But what we have realized, and if you look at Honorable Prime Minister's statement where he said that for Viksit Bharat, the self-reliance is required and shipping is a very key infrastructure sector, we need to really keep our ownership there. The ownership becomes very important for any nation, and we have some problem and some facts Chairperson mentioned. Let me repeat some of those points. He mentioned that India's GDP, if you look at a percentage of the world GDP, is around 4%. But our share in the vessel ownership is around 1.5%. But very good contrast here, if you see, is if you look at a country in Europe whose GDP share in the world is less than 0.5%, but still their ownership share in the global vessels is 20%. And then on the other side in Asia, you have a giant whose ownership again is in the same range, 16–70% globally. But their market is also big. So we are seeing very two different dimensions of countries' jurisdiction. Both have large old maritime history. But when you think of India, India is considered a land of entrepreneurs and a land of seafarers. And all the seafarers, as soon as they set their foot on the ship, they wish to own one. And that's the kind of ownership that Indian wants. But India is still not there in terms of ownership. Where we stand today, we are saying that our majority of our EXIM trade is happening on ships. But still 90%, 95% of our EXIM trade is happening on ships not owned by India. Nothing wrong with that, but where India stands today and where the ambition of the country is, we want to identify what needs to be done to bring some of those ownership within India, whether in GIFT IFSC or whether in domestic zone. In GIFT IFSC, we have certainly enabled ship leasing and financing framework, and we have got both CMA-CGM and MERS there, and some other large names are going to come shortly. You will get to hear soon about them. Maybe before I come to the regulator, I will start with the shipping companies here, and maybe let me start with Lenu, you first. Maybe you decided to come into GIFT IFSC, you brought some vessels into GIFT IFSC. What has been your perspective? What made you move into GIFT IFSC, and if you have any decision making? Because we want to understand what goes into mind when a company decides about flagging and what we are doing right and what we need to do right further. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Shutosh. Maybe I should give a little bit of context here, because we don't just choose GIFT City because it's a very charming city. One of our previous panelists was mentioning to you that the next 20 years are not going to be as predictable as they used to be the past 40 years. And when you are in a global shipping today, what you try to do is to promote to your customer, bring to your customer as much certainty as possible. So today you control less and less, but whatever you can control, you try to fix it, you try to secure it. And flagging a ship is part of this exercise. At CMA CGM, we operate a fleet of 700 ships all around the world, and we need to be very agile in deploying the ship to the right trade lane. Whenever tariffs are being implemented, you need to have the agility to play with your fleet. And depending on which flag you have on the ships, you need to be able to reshuffle the fleet the way you want without any constraint. And earlier this year, when Prime Minister Modi came to visit us in Marseille, in the head office, we had this conversation together with our chairman and Monsieur Modi, and we were saying, what could we be doing different? And for us, that was a trigger, because in the world of tomorrow, you realize that even though today you have a lot of partners, you need to keep on nurturing partner, developing partner, and even if today a partner is not displaying the whole qualities that you're expecting from us, when you build trust with somebody, when there is will to do something with somebody who come to visit you and very committed, you find ways to do things. So when Prime Minister Modi came to see us, the concept of an Indian flag popped up, and we said, but can we have an Indian flag? Would that bring us advantage or constraint? And this was very a deep discussion for us, because we could not just say yes. But what was very interesting of this conversation, so we were 12 in a room, and Prime Minister Modi looked at his team and he said, you call back the team in India on Monday. On the next Monday, my team here, they received a call from Prime Minister Modi, and they said, what do you need? How can we articulate an Indian flight that can suit a global carrier here operating in India or globally? And we went into this conversation at Gift City. So Gift City today enables us to have Indian flag. It enables us to play on international water, on domestic water, but not only CMA CGM, right? Any other carrier can come to India and apply for this flexibility.
Thank you. You highlighted the will, commitment, and the future possibilities shown by the leadership itself, provided some comfort to you. What has been your experience? Maybe, Karan, you want to come in?
Thank you, Ashutosh, and thank you to IFSCA. I'm really honored to be on this panel with this distinguished gentleman here. So maybe I'll just start to explain, the context for Maersk. We've been in India for over 3.5 decades. We have a lot of businesses across maritime logistics, and we now how's it now? Okay, this is much better. So I was just saying, Maersk has been in India for over 3.5 decades. We have our businesses across maritime and logistics. We now have over 20,000 employees across the country. And this includes, you mentioned seafarers, so we have about 5,000 seafarers from India. That's across our global fleet. That's about 40%. And why I'm stressing on that is because I am an ex-seafarer, an ex-captain from our fleet, and that's, of course, something very close to my heart. But Maersk has always been part of India's growth journey, and now India has emerged as a critical growth market for India, thanks to the strong fundamental economics, the evolving, increasing global trade, and the policy reforms, the significant policy reforms that are coming out by various authorities and agencies. Specifically for Gift City, the Gift IFSC, I think the unique value proposition of Gift City is combining the increasing trade volumes with international financial service centers, it makes a compelling case for any ship owner, lessors, to increase their footprint in India, as what we are doing. And also, in addition to existing hubs like Hong Kong and Singapore. I think this is an opportunity for India, for us, to become a maritime hub, a maritime financial and services and ship leasing hub, thanks to the strong infrastructure, the strong regulatory support, and of course the direct and indirect tax incentives.
Thank you, Karan. Sir, over to you. I think what both of them has mentioned is the present future reforms. Maybe you have brought a lot of reforms already, and you are work in progress in some of the areas, including digital. Do you want to touch base on those?
Thank you, Ashutosh ji. I hope I am audible to everyone. On the policy front, I simply wanted to flag again, which is a statement made by none less than the Honorable Home Minister in the inaugural session and will be reiterated by the Honorable Prime Minister. We have had 5 major transformative legislative changes. The Merchant Shipping Act 1958 has been completely updated to a Merchant Shipping Act 2025. We have section 14 and 15, which provides ownership where, if the government so intends, foreign investment couldn't come in more than 50% onto a vessel. Now the specific session is for innovative financing for ship ownership. Reflagging is one where Mr. Ludwig Ranau from CMSEGA has very clearly established they have already reflagged 3 vessels at gift and the 4th is also due. The experience when Sir had spoken yesterday was that Gift City provides a plug-and-play infrastructure and our registration processes took around 11 days. With the chartering and leasing portal and the registration portal going online, that process will be reduced to as good as comparable with a state or a country like Panama, which is close to 3 days after the original application. So on the ease of doing business, I don't think it gets any better. Now coming to Coastal Shipping Act, it has been completely removed from the Merchant Shipping Act. So if you're flagging in India and you are participating in the coasting trade, the entire issue of licensing is completely done away with. The third thing, which I believe Mr. Pandey will definitely speak about, is the concept of blended and bespoke finance that we're looking at to address this issue of high cost capital, both in building. And lastly, we're also coming up with what is called as a chartering and leasing platform. The pitch for GIFT is essentially to make it competitive to global maritime hubs like Dubai, Hong Kong and Singapore. Unless you are globally competitive, no one is going to gravitate investment or partnerships with you. The idea here is not just to provide them ownership, flagging and leasing. It is also the full circular economy of ship recycling too. You break a vessel in India, you get a ship breaking credit note. 5% of your capital investment into the new vessel is written off against that vessel, including an SBFA, which funds you almost up to 30% for a non-conventional vessel. So India is geared up, and I'll give you proof of intent. The Merchant Shipping Act said that the Directorate General of Shipping are our mercantile marine departments which handle most of the processes should essentially be in coastal areas. Today, the Directorate General of Shipping is also having a regional office in Gift City itself. The last thought I would want to leave with is, we are very intently examining 2 models. One is, because of the tax dispensation and treatment vis-a-vis the domestic tariff area, would we go for an India International Registry at GIFT, which is a dual registry, just as has been done in Norway or in Denmark? The second is providing a canvas that can be painted with as many colors as one would want with the bareboat charter demise. And we do it at the same rate, purely having two aspects. One, globally competitive rates. Two, the ease of doing business.
Thank you, sir. I think very bold statements and very forward-looking statements, probably music to ears for everyone in the room. And it's about, in Gift City also, I think the way we think about policies is we always think India at the heart, how to make it best for India, but world in our mind, how to be globally competitive so that we are building for the world. That's the approach. Hence, when you say that we need to benchmark to the likes of Hong Kong, Dubai, Singapore, so probably next time when the discussion of Gift FSC and flag comes, it will be much simpler discussion in your office, and you can decide to bring the entire fleet into Gift FSC. But it's very encouraging to hear your thoughts on this. We'll follow up on this question subsequently. I'll move to Abhishek now. I think Abhishek, he heads transport, not only shipping. While this is a shipping conference, I have to tell you that before we engage with him on shipping, we engage with him on aviation also. And on aviation leasing, we have reached a stage where Standard Chartered Bank has executed a transaction which is financed and originated in GIFT. So we have reached that stage, and I think on shipping, it's not too far. We have already worked a path out here. But Abhishek, you are having a global role, right? So from global perspective, maybe financing local participation is also required, right? And banks participation is also required. But what is the trend you are seeing globally on bank side, private capital side, capital market side? And what are your thoughts about how India should think about it?
Thank you, Atutosh, and thank you for having me here. I must say that though we did the aviation transaction, I'm not a pilot, but I'm an ex-seafarer. So shipping stays very close to my heart, and you know, we will do whatever we can to build it out. In terms of finance, I think there were some very interesting economic numbers shared in the morning, but I would throw a light and a little contextually with the maritime hubs that we have talked about. So let's take a well-established hub of Singapore, and then let's take emerging, pushing hard, Dubai, right? I mean, GDP of Singapore and GDP of UAE probably fairly similar, $500 billion, 400 million here and there. In terms of the overall contribution to the GDP of the maritime sector, overall, ports, shipping, everything, it's about 6.5% to 7%, give or take, right? So you're looking at about close to 360 billion kind of a number. Now you look at India, and you look at the numbers here which were shared, you know, 4 trillion almost economy, 4% of the world GDP share. And our contribution is about 4% in terms of blue economy, so to say, everything included. So when you look at it, the overall spend is almost multiples of Dubai and Singapore, but our fleet ownership is disproportionately low. Now, you have what you wanted. You have the geographical location, you have the coastline, no denying that. But when you calculate the intensity of your contribution, maritime contribution over the kilometers available, it is almost 1/10 of these two countries. So nobody is denying that we do not have the opportunity we always had. We were always at the same place with the same coastline. But what has differentiated in the growth of Singapore and Dubai has been mainly around what we are talking today: ease of doing business, regulatory and legal frameworks, speed of execution, operational confidence, services, and the infrastructure to provide that. So I guess it's a derived form of acceleration that finance looks at. And if you give me all these things, I'm sure there are so many bankers here. I mean, this is what we look for. So essentially, to get innovative capital inside in the country to develop this sector, I think this is a very, very promising start to start looking at it. Now let's look at what is the financing landscape, and what are the challenges. Interestingly, India and our asset-backed business, I think Mr. Rajaraman alluded, we are corporate balance sheet banks typically in India. We are not asset-backed financing banks. And there is a reason for that. It's not by accident. I mean, it's also a little bit by design, because there is the tenor and the funding mismatch. You put your money into the banks today, the liability side, you get 5-year FD, 6-year FD. But in the liability side, that's the short-term liability you have in INR. But on the asset financing side, which you are looking at, you've got a long-dated asset standing in front of you with 25 years of economic life. So that mismatch is also in FX, because that's in US dollars, plus in tenor, because you are funding yourself short. And that has been probably one of the key reasons in the financial stress that some very good companies in our country had before, because of the mismatch. The second part of it, I think Ashutosh alluded, and I speak to him so much, I think he knows exactly what I'm after. It's also, the distribution angle, right? To get, how do you churn your balance sheets? So, the distribution angle is very important, which means that we have to make sure that the banks who can do it, it's not a question of competence. Like I said, intellect is there everywhere. I think it's the ability of the foreign banks to do it because they have invested in the talent pool, to groom the talent pool, and they have the idea of doing asset-backed funding. So the mismatch does not exist, and US dollar capital. That's where GIFT comes in, and it's completely changed the game if you ask me. Completely changed the game. So you've got your assets. You can fund in US dollars. The ECB regulations have been relaxed further, but if you're doing from GIFT, you are already treated offshore. So I think those constraints are being answered. Then the last part I would say is talent development and risk appetite of the banks, local banks to come and participate, which we haven't seen. That's a question of time. Once GIFT starts and we are kind of doing what we are doing, and there are 2 ship owners here, world's largest. I mean, if we start owning assets over here, I can assure them we can fund out of GIFT. So I think that's something that we are looking at. Now these are the constraints and answers. Now on the pooling side, and Mr. Jagannathan said rightly about the blended finance. I'll give you a very small insight into what has changed. 2008 global financial crisis, shipping finance was a different space altogether. Top 20 banks at that point in time had about $360 billion out in shipping finance. Today, 2024, top 20 banks in the world fund only $150 billion. $200 billion disappeared. Even if I take top 50 banks, we are not touching 360. We are 280, $290 billion. The world fleet is valued at about $2.1 trillion. So the funding is coming from somewhere. Chinese leasing companies at about $100 billion as of 2024. So innovators come in and they plug the gap. Capital is there. You are in a very, very apt time to raise capital. Balance sheets are as strong as they can be. Shipping has had a rocket 5-6 years. You have GIFT City, which is offshore, so you can get the US dollar mismatch. Regulatory answers are all there. It's just about pooling the capital. So GIFT-based banks versus international banks. There is MDF. I would also recommend, I think there is a session later with the secretary, and I will attend that. And I guess, if in the fund, foreign investment can be taken as LPs, depends on the design of the fund. I mean, there is another way of scaling that rather quickly with 2 things, with capital and with experience, which is there outside, because in Singapore, for example, there is enough and more maritime financing happening. Then, there is also the sustainability decarb funding. And lastly, the structures around the large rated ABS structures, asset-backed securitization. One of the things I'll say, Ashutosh, and head it back to you, is that you look at Korea. You've got a lot of shipping companies who do long-term 10, 12, 13 years energy contracts with their national steel companies and oil companies. In our setup, the PSU contracts are 1 to 2 years. You change the game, you make it 10 years, you will see how leasing picks up. Because the investor is after infra fixed deal kind of returns. If you can give them single handle 8-9% infra kind of returns in shipping with leverage about 15%, you will see them coming. Thanks, Ashwini.
Thanks, Abhishek. Very relevant points. I think you talked about talent, you talked about capabilities. Just have quick follow-up questions on this. What is the structure in foreign banks? Do you have a dedicated vertical? And typically, is that the experience on your side as well? I'll come to the capital question to you as well. You want to take this quickly, Abhishek? What is the team structure? Typically, do you have a specialized verticals?
Yeah, so typically, I mean, like I can see Pierre sitting here. So I think there are enough bankers as shipping bankers. So, you know, there are desks that are dedicated who do asset-backed financing. With shipping is different than aviation, but some of the banks like ours have it combined. So there is a talent pool that is taken in early and then groomed into the vertical.
Thank you. I'll just come back to you on the capital question. Means he mentioned that 100 billion now there's a 200 billion gap on the capital. How are your companies raising capital? Are you going into capital markets or are you going through some other means?
You know, CMA CGM is a family-owned company. Okay, so we usually run on our own capital. Okay, we are not public listed. When we come to finance projects, for us, everything is a project, basically. Ship financing, terminal financing, infrastructure financing. On this one, we go and find partners. We issue bonds also on the market, but we don't issue capitals.
The same for you?
Very similar for us. Also, Maersk, we may not need ship financing, but in the finance aspect, I think one area that we feel deserves some attention, maybe it's a small area, but it's around flexibility and cash pool management. And that is around allowing physical cash pooling so that, you know, funds are not stuck in one entity, whereas another entity would have to then raise external finance. So if those provisions can be considered, I think that will make it a lot more attractive. It seems like a small thing, but it's definitely something that can make the ease of doing business a lot more.
Perfect. Thank you. A follow-up question to you, Ludwig, on where you left earlier. You mentioned that positive things about what worked for you in GIFT. But if you have to talk about what more need to be done in terms of reforms, in terms of policies, what more need to be done? You have a very forward-looking regulator in front of you. Maybe if you want to highlight some of the enablers that you think may be required in India, or it's all good as we speak.
I have listed few improvements that we could be achieving. But again, what you guys are building, okay, you have created a momentum that creates international soft power somehow. And you are providing India with something which were not existing. I remember I was a general manager 15 years ago in India. I was engaging already with the Indian administration. It was very process, but the big picture, the strategic picture was not existing in each single offices. And what you see today with what you have done with Gift City, the simple topic of the Indian flag resulted in a cascading effect. I remember Monsieur Modi, I repeat here, he came in February. We are now end of October. We have 4 ships, like you mentioned, the 4th one being flagged this week. We have recruited 1,000 cadets this year, and we are going to add 500 cadets to be trained and groomed to operate our ship in India and globally. And we have announced earlier this week that we are going to be one of the very first global carrier to build not a normal ship, but a LNG dual fuel propulsion ship in the Cochin shipyard. 6 months ago, this was out of the picture. And you guys are delivering, and you are really being hands-on in order to build trust and attract people. So we must not lose this momentum. The Gift City, for us in Marseille, came up as an enabler. And looking at it from our faraway offices in the world, what we wish to see now in India is this Gift City to become a kind of, what you were mentioning, Karan, is a hub or one-stop shopping. One-stop shopping for everything which deal with shipping topic in India, when I want to finance my ship, when I want to lease my ship, when I want to crew my ship, I go to Gift City. When I want to apply for certification, obtain an approval from DG Shipping or other Indian government agency when it deals with shipping, I'm going to the Gift City, and this one-stop shopping is existing. There are some other countries who, I was working in China for many, many years. They had not the Gift City, but they had this concept of free trade zone. In fact, a free trade zone is nothing else than a Gift City. It's a kind of buoy in the middle of the ocean, and you look at this buoy, it's a kind of lighthouse that have the answer for every of your topic. So what could we be improving also at Gift City? The big question is, in India, could a ship operator be given the flexibility to register their tonnage in India while having the flexibility to have whatever flags they wish? Another topic could be, could a foreign carrier register his tonnage while not applying for an Indian flag? That's also another question that we could have. And this one is more tactical because we are living it currently. Would it be possible to apply and flag an Indian ship on our vessel without having to bring our vessel to the Indian waters? This one would be also very powerful, bringing us this agility that I was describing during the first question and enabling us to reshuffle the fleet on whatever trade route that we wish.
So, firstly, I should say that our experience with reflagging, registering IFSC entity, reflagging the ships with DG Shipping has been just excellent. I think the biggest aspect that stands out to me is the individuals in these organizations who have been so forthcoming, so going out of their way, so proactively, working efficiently and understanding our requirements, our timelines to make this possible. And even Ludwig, you mentioned yesterday that you did everything in 11 days. So yeah, I think that deserves a huge round of applause. Now, I think, again, I'm not the finance guy, but what does stand out to me when we're talking about maritime financial hubs, and we're comparing to Singapore and Dubai. I think while we have tax exempt for the 10-year period, which is fantastic and hugely welcome, but for a ship owner, the life of a ship is more than double that. So to really attract a wide range of ship owners, I think we need to look at the tax structure, and I think the answer is, as it is with Singapore and Dubai, is zero tax, without any sunset clauses, without any complexities, which our system still does, have a few. So I think that's something that would really change the game and put us at par with a lot of these maritime hubs. I think something that we are already doing, I know the DG Shipping is undergoing a lot of reform with the Carriage of Goods by Sea Act, the Bill of Lading Act, and most recently the Merchant Shipping Act 2025 coming out. A lot of changes are coming. I also know there's a drive from respected Director General on digitization, and I think that is the key to being globally competitive. We have to be digital first. A lot of these hubs, they have a lot of digital certification, digital clearances, and I think in India, IT is one of our strengths. I think we should invest in that. We should leverage that strength to be better than the rest, and make sure that we are right up there. So when any foreign ship owner is coming, they have that complete confidence and ease of use to register their ships in India. Lastly, I think with IFSC is done a great job by converging a lot of government agencies. However, I feel there are still, sometimes different agencies that are, like TG Shipping or the GST or the SEC authority that we have to collaborate with, and that could be even, more condensed. DG mentioned the second flag, a dual second flag in Gift City, based in Gift City. I think that's a very exciting option, and would love to, hear more about that in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Karan. I think the points made by both the shipping companies, I think they are coming to you for you to answer as follow-up. I think what I note, 3 points stand out. One is allowing foreign companies to fly any flag from Gift City. Second is, can overall, not necessarily in Gift City, but can we register under Indian flag without bringing vessels into India? Both are aimed towards ease of doing business. But third becomes very important, very critical. They are talking about digital first. And digital first is not only like going online on the processes. And at times this also comes for our registration process, which you are already working on, but even for mortgage registration. If you would like to take these 3 points.
The first aspect that one needs to look at is essentially about dual flagging. Now, whether you would want basically a vessel to be brought in and the parent flag becoming dormant, this essentially happens with a bareboat charter demise, which is an asset-light expansion or augmentation of your tonnage. So what we are doing is we are looking at all the maritime flag states which have done BBCD and provided certain benchmark practices and incorporating that. As I mentioned earlier when I submitted, does India look at Gift City as a separate international registry which allows foreign owners the flexibility of operation, both for lease in and lease out when you're not operating in Indian waters, and while you flag in India, use the Indian flag. Now, as a maritime regulator, for me the balance is between an open registry, which is generally known as a flag of convenience, and a closed registry. We may be just around a measly 1% in the global tonnage, but if you talk about vessels flying the Indian flag, there's a reassurance that these are good, well-crafted ships manned by competent seafarers. Flags of conveniences do not have that issue. And while you may open up the floodgates for investment, please also remember, ships are strategic assets. God forbid there is a maritime casualty. What basically is the cover in terms of salvage? How well prepared are you to take an environmental hit? These are the balances from the regulatory side one has to trade off. The second specific issue Ashutosh ji mentioned was, does a vessel need to be physically brought for a registration? The Act does away with it. The vessel could be anywhere. We will allow the registry. The third is the digitalization part. As was mentioned by Captain Karan, I'm grateful he flagged it that DG Shipping is pushing very hard for an end-to-end computerization. This includes e-Samudra, which is all processes through a digital window. There is no human interface. The second is, since India essentially is more of a seafaring nation, it gives so much of pride to find that even here Abhishek Pandey also is an alumni of T.S. Chanakya and today leading the Global Vertical and Standard Charter. So this is where we make global maritime leaders. So the human element, what I was mentioning, to certify that Indian seafarers are the best, an end-to-end certification of competencies written and oral as per the STCW is also in the offing. Both of these should be commissioned as early as February 2026, end-to-end. Lastly, for ease of doing business, now this is something internationally mandated by the IMO, the FAL committee recommendations for the maritime single window. we will be rolling that out with integration of the vessel traffic management system, implying what's presently going on in Singapore in terms of digital twinning, just in time, also becomes a breeze within the vessel port interface. And major fleet operators would find, as very rightly mentioned by Mr. Renault, an ecosystem. If the vessel is registered at a place, you get the entire ecosystem of crewing the vessel, supporting the vessel in terms of dry docking, repairs, in terms of regular supplies, bunkering. That ecosystem is what essentially is the push India Maritime Week is saying, that Indian Maritime Administration is prepared to walk the talk and deliver, come to a globally competitive and a proper, flexible, bespoke, Indianized solution to give a massive fillip to the maritime ecosystem for India.
Thank you, sir. It answers your question, right? You can register the vessel wherever it is. So it's comforting. But one question got unanswered, and I request Abhishek to make the point again. Because often the global financiers have highlighted that if one thing that needs to be done to make Indian flag strong and make the global financing available is solving for the mortgage. Will you like to explain? Solving for the mortgage process. Solving for the mortgage. The mortgage registration, yes, correct.
Yeah, so I think, probably, sorry, I think the acoustics, I'm in the back of it. But I'll probably talk about the mortgages a little bit. I think, thank you to Mr. Shyam Jagannathan as well. The second registry probably is a good start to allude my point here. Basically, what happens is that, you know, in terms of the ship financing or getting any kind of financing, it's okay to give the money, but it's very okay to expect it back. And I think if the person is not in a capability position to get it back, the asset has to give it back. And that comes the mortgage, right? I mean, it's always, you know, bankers, you don't give money. Yeah, that's true. But, you know, once you have every right tick box, we normally do. And if you are doing an asset-backed financing, mortgage plays a very critical role for two things. One is on the asset security side, which is essentially the payback in case of an eventuality. And second is the thing which is close to you, which is the price point. If I cannot recognize it as a collateralized loan, I will not be able to price it at the bank finance that you want it to be priced, right? So I think it's similar to mortgage homes. Now, in terms of getting the mortgage registered and recognized and getting it deregistered equally quickly is a critical point for a financier to come in. And I think that's where, to be very, very honest with you, India has a struggle a little bit on the Indian flag bit as well. Today, you know, in terms of flag tiering, India would be probably tagged in terms of financial flag tiering, capital allocations in tier B. In tier A flags, where in case of a registration of a mortgage, today I walk in, I mean, we do so many ship financing, Singapore mortgage, in the morning, evening, mortgage is registered. So when the bank's money is out, you have the collateral on the same day. The mortgage is registered on the same day. And it is recognized, you can trace it. When we do it in India, sometimes it happens that, you know, it takes a long time to register a mortgage. I've set up this business in 2007, in June, and have done a lot of ship financing in India with Indian flags. And I think that time is the shortest that I have ever seen. So thank you for doing it. I think there is some room for improvement. So I think the registration and recognition of mortgage is one thing, but the speed at which you do it, it's critical, because I cannot be lending you money, not having a mortgage while you are registering it, and be unsecured, but pricing the risk as secured and using the bank model to show it as a secured loan when I don't have the mortgage. So I think that is a critical point, Ashutosh, on that base. And I think, you know, the second registry bit, I would say probably will be very happy to share my views on that, on the leasing side. I think it is a great thing to have if you really want to do the leasing. At one point in time, in Standard Chartered, we had a leasing business. We owned 60 vessels, all bareboated. Then obviously the regulations changed. And out of those 60 vessels, one thing that still pinches me, none of the lessees was in India because the regulatory framework was not supportive to do it. There were taxes, which is GIFT IFSC solving. There is jurisdictional challenges, which we are solving. And then one of the critical points was also on the flagging piece because of the operating ease and registration of mortgages.
Thanks. I'll request D sir to make remarks on that, but before that, if audience has any question, maybe you can raise your hands, and after sir's remark, we can open it for questions.
See, mortgages again, as mentioned, is a very niche risk to be handled. You bring in a vessel with a mortgage and you need to basically have asset valuation and what kind of finance are you going to give to the vessel owner. So parallels have been drawn. What Abhishek ji has mentioned here specifically is the ease of asset valuation, the ease of securing finance while you're basically bringing either a new vessel or a chartered or leased vessel with mortgages on it would essentially have to be done on a digital platform. You would need independent valuers. You would also need securitization. You would also have to have some kind of underwriting in terms of when the vessel is being brought in for registry, or is a basic lease in, lease out model, or is a BBCD model, how you treat the mortgage. We will address this very, very specifically with a sieve that is the ease of doing business. The idea is we have to realize we are competing with Singapore, we are competing with Dubai, you are competing with Hong Kong. If you don't have a value proposition, it is not going to sell globally. And shipping is essentially a global industry.
Thank you, sir. I think we will take forward this discussion even offline because it's a very critical point that you have made. Maybe I can turn back to you, Ludovic. And you mentioned about the fourth ship, right? But India's ambitions are flying high. And you have around 600 plus ships overall, vessels. And if India has to take your ship ownership in GIFT IFSC or in India, maybe to say 50, 70 or 100 ships, what need to be done? This is not incremental. Speak from your heart. We are not putting you on the spot. We are just recording it.
I just come back to what I was explaining to you at the very beginning. We are looking at partners that can join us to ride the wave of tomorrow's geoeconomics and geopolitics. So we can give you as much as we can, but not too much, in order for us, obviously, to keep our options. You never know what's going to happen on the other side of the earth, North America, Latin America, and overnight there is one guy who can say, I don't want to berth in Indian ships. Very possible. And in fact, what I'm trying to hear, to describe, you need to engage on the long term with, for example, India on the Indian flag, having the understanding that we want to keep this flexibility to juggle among the options that we have in hand. You got the point here? And other things also, because we speak about shipping, finance in general, but sharing a little bit of my experience, and you ask to speak with the bottom of my heart, so I will. We speak a lot about infrastructure. I came back to India a few years back, and I witnessed what Navasheva has become, okay? We must not be missing in India the window of Vadavan, because Vadavan is going to throw India into a premier league of shipping that will act as a massive vacuum of foreign trade business. You want it or you want, you want or you don't want it, anyway, big ships are going to come to Vadavan, and automatically it becomes a catalyzer of the economy. And I'm describing these with insistence because what I've seen in the other countries where I've been working, in China, infrastructure has become a driver for a boost of the shipping economy. In the USA, it's an economy which is very driven on the capital, financing shipping, but interestingly, when I was there 5-6 years ago, I realized that the shipping infrastructure terminals were not in line with the ship capacity that would come out of the shipyard. So what I wish for India is to be able to have those terminals handling the ship of today and the shipyard building those ships that we have ordered, but building capacity to produce the ship of tomorrow as well.
And in terms of, certainly these are the opportunities where India needs to invest. But are you, as a company, also investing beyond ships? Are you investing into ports? What are your other Indian plans? Maybe if you want to expand on that.
I have not described what we are in India, but if you allow, I can do it in 2 minutes. So we've been here since 1989. We started with shipping, okay? And then we leverage what we described earlier, so IT, and what people in India are. This is a pool, a massive pool of talent. So we handle 3 global shared service centers, providing administrative service for the global world of CMS CGM agencies. It's approximately 6,000 people. We are very present in logistics, because what we realized during COVID, if you own assets, you can answer to your client in any crisis time. But if you own and control the logistics, then you can address each single block of the value chain of your customer. So in India, we today offer to our customer no less than 500,000 square meters of warehousing, but then you need a gateway. And the gateway, that are terminal. So we have part of Navasheva terminal, and we have a terminal also in Mundra. So the next step for us is to gear up capacities, hopefully with Vadavan. We have signed also a MOU for Vadavan, and we are eager to see this coming out of the ground.
Fantastic. So you're already riding the wave and the future as well, as India is growing.
Riding the wave. Interestingly, India is not 10% of our TU volume globally, but it is already representing a little bit more than 10% of our labor force worldwide. I was mentioning CMA, it's a company of 160,000 people. In India, we are 17,000.
I've already found one more reason why you should be in Gift City. In another format, I'll discuss with you offline on that. Now, over to you, Karan. I think if you want to again speak out from your heart and say what more need to be done just to scale up significantly.
Same answer as Ludwig. No, I think Maersk is definitely committed to India. I think over the course of this India Maritime Week at various forums, and there are a lot of initiatives that are being shared, which is also demonstrating this, including the reflagging of the ships. I believe that to take it forward, what is it going to take us to the 50 ships, 60 ships, 100 ships? I think that's an opportunity for the Indian administration, the Indian ecosystem, to make a case that we cannot refuse. If you are competitive to the global hubs, then why won't we go to 50 ships and 100 ships? So I think that's the opportunity, and I think we have discussed some of the areas where further enhancements can be made to further improve the experience, the ease of doing business, and to overcome some of the challenges. So I think that's the opportunity, and it's right now we are all in the starting phase. We are learning about India, we are learning about the new India, I would like to say, and then India is also learning about the foreign shipping companies. So I think that's a great opportunity for us to collaborate together to enhance both our, the entire maritime ecosystem, to enhance some of the, policies, frameworks that we have in India managing the shipping industry, as well as for us to also understand how we can contribute to the Indian ecosystem.
Thanks, Karan. I think very exciting set of discussion, at least for me. I've got the policy initiatives that we need to take. I think some feedback to DG sir as well, and some work. We always say that if you have made some suggestions, please send a note to us. So some work at your end as well on that, but we want to take it forward in a very genuine interest. And I also found some new business opportunities for Gift FSC, which is fantastic. With this, we are cognizant of the time, and I hand it over back to our dear MC, and thank my panelists for joining today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to our moderator and distinguished panelists for a deeply engaging discussion that illuminated the path toward developing India's maritime finance ecosystem. I would now request Shri Ashutosh Sharma to give mementos to our distinguished guests. First to Mr. Shyam Jagannath, DG Shipping. A round of applause. Then to Mr. Ludwig Renault, Senior Vice President, Commercial Agencies and Network, CMA, CGM. Next to Mr. Abhishek Pandey, Global Head, Transportation Finance, Standard Chartered Bank. And lastly, to Mr. Karan Kochar, MD, Maersk Fleet Management and Technology, India. I would now like to call upon stage Mr. Andrew Johnstone, Chief Executive Officer, Climate Fund Managers, to give a memento to Shri Ashutosh Sharma, Chief General Manager, IFSCA. Our next session is a closed-door lunch roundtable titled India Rising, the Next $1 Trillion Opportunity, led by Shri K. Rajaram, Chairperson, IFSCA. I request dignitaries who have been invited for this closed-room discussion to kindly move to the Norwegian Sea Room for a special lunch event. And as for the rest of us, we shall meet back here after lunch at 1:20 p.m. for the second section, Innovative Financing Solutions of Blue Economy Finance and Investment Forum. Thank you to all.
The new India is emerging as a land of incredible opportunities with trusted business policies and ease of doing business. The nation stands tall today in the global world order as the third largest economy, fastest growing economy amongst G20 countries, third largest startup ecosystem, and fifth largest equities market. Under the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the country is spearheading a path-breaking initiative of developing its very own International Financial Services Center. In today's globalized world, international financial centers play a pivotal role in facilitating cross-border financial flows and transactions. To unleash the true potential of India, emerging as international financial services powerhouse, the Government of India in the year 2015 operationalized country's first International Financial Services Center in Gift City, Gujarat. To facilitate foreign currency transactions, the IFSC has been designated as a non-resident zone under Foreign Exchange Management Regulations. This unique carve-out makes GIFT IFSC as a zone which is distinct from domestic Indian economy. The country's maiden IFSC is being developed as a leading international financial center with globally benchmarked regulations, competitive tax regime, and ease of doing business. To benchmark the IFSC with global financial centers, the Government of India in 2019 took a path-breaking step by establishing the International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFSCA. The IFSCA has been established as a unified statutory authority to develop and regulate financial institutions financial products, and financial services within IFSCs in India. With IFSCA assuming its statutory mandate from October 2020, the country's maiden IFSC has witnessed sustained growth and is emerging as a preferred jurisdiction for availing full spectrum of international financial services. The banking sector, which acts as the lifeblood for any financial center, is witnessing sustained growth. With market infrastructure institutions firmly establishing presence, the capital market ecosystem is witnessing accelerated growth. India, a land having a cultural affinity towards gold since time immemorial, has been a major global consumer of precious metal. Now with a vision to transform the bullion market ecosystem and enable India to emerge as a global price influencer, the first international bullion exchange, IIBX, has been operationalized in GIFT IFSC. The rapidly growing fund management business is playing a pivotal role in onshoring the offshore financial services. With regulatory ease and competitive tax advantage, IFSC is emerging as a preferred destination for pooling of global capital for investments into India. With new set of IFSCA insurance regulations in place, GIFT IFSC is well poised to emerge as a hub for reinsurance and retail insurance for Indian diaspora. India, being the third largest domestic aviation market in the world, is now taking lead in developing aircraft leasing and financing ecosystem in GIFT IFSC. India has emerged as a global fintech leader with more than 40% share in real-time digital payments in the year 2021. Now, to fuel the next phase of fintech growth, GIFT IFSC is being developed as a global fintech hub. Capitalizing on the availability of highly skilled human resource and low cost of operations, GIFT IFSC is now emerging as a major hub for global in-house operations. India's strong commitment and resolve to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals as well as the target of net zero carbon emissions by 2070 has paved the way for GIFT IFSC to emerge as a dominant gateway for channelizing global capital flows into India for green and sustainable projects. To support the development of vibrant financial market, an entire ecosystem of professional service providers is also being promoted. In its relentless pursuits to develop GIFT IFSC as a leading international financial center, IFSCA is implementing several new projects. IFSC has truly emerged as a center where finance meets technology, talent meets innovation, entrepreneur meets success, and business meets expansion. The future of international finance is in GIFT IFSC. The new India is emerging as a land of incredible opportunities with trusted business policies and ease of doing business. The nation stands tall today in the global world order as the third largest economy, fastest growing economy amongst G20 countries, third largest startup ecosystem, and fifth largest equities market. Under the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the country is spearheading a path-breaking initiative of developing its very own International Financial Services Center. In today's globalized world, international financial centers play a pivotal role in facilitating cross-border financial flows and transactions. To unleash the true potential of India, emerging as international financial services powerhouse, the Government of India in the year 2015 operationalized country's first International Financial Services Center in Gift City, Gujarat. To facilitate foreign currency transactions, the IFSC has been designated as a non-resident zone under Foreign Exchange Management Regulations. This unique carve-out makes GIFT IFSC as a zone which is distinct from domestic Indian economy. The country's maiden IFSC is being developed as a leading international financial center with globally benchmarked regulations, competitive tax regime, and ease of doing business. To benchmark the IFSC with global financial centers, the Government of India in 2019 took a path-breaking step by establishing the International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFSCA. The IFSCA has been established as a unified statutory authority to develop and regulate financial institutions, financial products, and financial services within IFSCs in India. With IFSCA assuming its statutory mandate from October 2020, the country's maiden IFSC has witnessed sustained growth and is emerging as a preferred jurisdiction for availing full spectrum of international financial services. The banking sector, which acts as the lifeblood for any financial center, is witnessing sustained growth. With market infrastructure institutions firmly establishing presence, the capital market ecosystem is witnessing accelerated growth. India, a land having a cultural affinity towards gold since time immemorial, has been a major global consumer of precious metal. Now, with a vision to transform the bullion market ecosystem and enable India to emerge as a global price influencer, the first international bullion exchange, IIBX, has been operationalized in GIFT IFSC. The rapidly growing fund management business is playing a pivotal role in onshoring the offshore financial services. With regulatory ease and competitive tax advantage, IFSC is emerging as a preferred destination for pooling of global capital for investments into India. With new set of IFSCA insurance regulations in place, GIFT IFSC is well poised to emerge as a hub for reinsurance and retail insurance for Indian diaspora. India, being the third largest domestic aviation market in the world, is now taking lead in developing aircraft leasing and financing ecosystem in GIFT IFSC. India has emerged as a global fintech leader with more than 40% share in real-time digital payments in the year 2021. Now, to fuel the next phase of fintech growth, GIFT IFSC is being developed as a global fintech hub. Capitalizing on the availability of highly skilled human resource and low cost of operations, GIFT IFSC is now emerging as a major hub for global in-house operations. India's strong commitment and resolve to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals as well as the target of net zero carbon emissions by 2070 has paved the way for GIFT IFSC to emerge as a dominant gateway for channelizing global capital flows into India for green and sustainable projects. To support the development of vibrant financial market, an entire ecosystem of professional service providers is also being promoted. In its relentless pursuits to develop GIFT IFSC as a leading international financial center, IFSCA is implementing several new projects. IFSC has truly emerged as a center where finance meets technology, talent meets innovation, entrepreneur meets success, and business meets expansion. The future of international finance is in GIFT IFSC. The new India is emerging as a land of incredible opportunities with trusted business policies and ease of doing business. The nation stands tall today in the global world order as the third largest economy, fastest growing economy amongst G20 countries, third largest startup ecosystem, and fifth largest equities market. Under the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the country is spearheading a path-breaking initiative of developing its very own International Financial Services Center. In today's globalized world, international financial centers play a pivotal role in facilitating cross-border financial flows and transactions. To unleash the true potential of India, emerging as international financial services powerhouse, the Government of India in the year 2015 operationalized country's first International Financial Services Center in Gift City, Gujarat. To facilitate foreign currency transactions, the IFSC has been designated as a non-resident zone under Foreign Exchange Management Regulations. This unique carve-out makes GIFT IFSC as a zone which is distinct from domestic Indian economy. The country's maiden IFSC is being developed as a leading international financial center with globally benchmarked regulations, competitive tax regime, and ease of doing business. To benchmark the IFSC with global financial centers, the Government of India in 2019 took a path-breaking step by establishing the International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFSCA. The IFSCA has been established as a unified statutory authority to develop and regulate financial institutions, financial products, and financial services within IFSCs in India. With IFSCA assuming its statutory mandate from October 2020, the country's maiden IFSC has witnessed sustained growth and is emerging as a preferred jurisdiction for availing full spectrum of international financial services. The banking sector, which acts as the lifeblood for any financial center, is witnessing sustained growth. With market infrastructure institutions firmly establishing presence, the capital market ecosystem is witnessing accelerated growth. India, a land having a cultural affinity towards gold since time immemorial, has been a major global consumer of precious metal. Now, with a vision to transform the bullion market ecosystem and enable India to emerge as a global price influencer, the first international bullion exchange, IIBX, has been operationalized in GIFT IFSC. The rapidly growing fund management business is playing a pivotal role in onshoring the offshore financial services. With regulatory ease and competitive tax advantage, IFSC is emerging as a preferred destination for pooling of global The new India is emerging as a land of incredible opportunities with trusted business policies and ease of doing business. The nation stands tall today in the global world order as the third largest economy, fastest growing economy amongst G20 countries, third largest startup ecosystem, and fifth largest equities market. Under the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the country is spearheading a path-breaking initiative of developing its very own International Financial Services Center. In today's globalized world, international financial centers play a pivotal role in facilitating cross-border financial flows and transactions. To unleash the true potential of India, emerging as international financial services powerhouse, the Government of India in the year 2015 operationalized country's first International Financial Services Center in Gift City, Gujarat. To facilitate foreign currency transactions, the IFSC has been designated as a non-resident zone under Foreign Exchange Management Regulations. This unique carve-out makes GIFT IFSC as a zone which is distinct from domestic Indian economy. The country's maiden IFSC is being developed as a leading international financial center with globally benchmarked regulations, competitive tax regime, and ease of doing business. To benchmark the IFSC with global financial centers, the Government of India in 2019 took a path-breaking step by establishing the International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFSCA. The IFSCA has been established as a unified statutory authority to develop and regulate financial institutions, financial products, and financial services within IFSCs in India. With IFSCA assuming its statutory mandate from October 2020, the country's maiden IFSC has witnessed sustained growth and is emerging as a preferred jurisdiction for availing full spectrum of international financial services. The banking sector, which acts as the lifeblood for any financial center, is witnessing sustained growth. With market infrastructure institutions firmly establishing presence, the capital market ecosystem is witnessing accelerated growth. India, a land having a cultural affinity towards gold since time immemorial, has been a major global consumer of precious metal. Now, with a vision to transform the bullion market ecosystem and enable India to emerge as a global price influencer, the first international bullion exchange, IIBX, has been operationalized in GIFT IFSC. The rapidly growing fund management business is playing a pivotal role in onshoring the offshore financial services. With regulatory ease and competitive tax advantage, IFSC is emerging as a preferred destination for pooling of global capital for investments into India. With new set of IFSCA insurance regulations in place, GIFT IFSC is well poised to emerge as a hub for reinsurance and retail insurance for Indian diaspora. India, being the third largest domestic aviation market in the world, is now taking lead in developing aircraft leasing and financing ecosystem in GIFT IFSC. India has emerged as a global fintech leader with more than 40% share in real-time digital payments in the year 2021. Now, to fuel the next phase of fintech growth, GIFT IFSC is being developed as a global fintech hub. Capitalizing on the availability of highly skilled human resource and low cost of operations, GIFT IFSC is now emerging as a major hub for global in-house operations. India's strong commitment and resolve to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals as well as the target of net zero carbon emissions by 2070 has paved the way for GIFT IFSC to emerge as a dominant gateway for channelizing global capital flows into India for green and sustainable projects. To support the development of vibrant financial market, an entire ecosystem of professional service providers is also being promoted. In its relentless pursuits to develop GIFT IFSC as a leading international financial center, IFSCA is implementing several new projects. IFSC has truly emerged as a center where finance meets technology, talent meets innovation, entrepreneur meets success, and business meets expansion. The future of international finance is in GIFT IFSC. The new India is emerging as a land of incredible opportunities with trusted business policies and ease of doing business. The nation stands tall today in the global world order as the third largest economy, fastest growing economy amongst G20 countries.
It's on? Hello. Hello, everyone. Hope you all had a good lunch. We are starting with the post-lunch session now. We were going to start with session 3 on introduction of Maritime Development Fund, but because of the PM event, Mr. JS is on his way and he's busy with the event. So now we'll start with panel 4, which is on blended capital. May I please request you all to be seated so that we can start the session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The session that we shall now begin with is panel 4, Blending Capital for Maritime Impact. Mr. Andrew Johnstone will expand on the topic of blended finance through this panel. Please inviting Mr. Andrew Johnstone on stage. And please join me in welcoming Honorable Mr. Shimi, who's a member of Parliament in Namibia's National Assembly. He is also the chairperson of Parliamentary Standing Committee on Economy and Industry, Public Administration and Planning. He previously served as Nambia's Minister of Finance and Governor of the Bank of Nambia, bringing deep expertise in fiscal policy and economic government. Next, we call upon stage Mr. D. Muthukumaran, who is the Chief Financial Officer of Adani Ports and SEZ, with over 30 years of experience in corporate finance, M&A, and strategic leadership. Prior to this, he served as CFO of NASDAQ-listed renewable energy firm and held senior roles in a major industrial conglomerate, including CEO of its private equity business. Then I'd like to call upon Mr. Michel Stedel, who is the head of the European Investment Bank's regional representation to South Asia, based in Delhi and covering 6 countries. With over 30 years of global development experience, he has held roles at KfW, the World Bank Group, and EIB, specializing in SME and climate finance. Lastly, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Nils Skodstad, my apologies, who is Managing Director at Clarkson Securities with over 2 decades of experience in high-yield debt financing across global markets. He previously held senior roles at Fernley Securities, SEB, and UBS, and holds an MBA from MIT Sloan School of Management. A loud round of applause for our panelists. Over to you, Mr. Johnstone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear me okay? Yes, fantastic. Excellent. Well, welcome back from lunch. I hope you've all stretched your legs and feeling energized for the afternoon. For those of you who've been here for the last couple of days, I'm sure you've seen a lot of content about engineering, IT, control systems, interspersed with finance. Where's the money going to be? You would have heard the big numbers being thrown around, $1 trillion by 2047, and a lot of it is focused on how's it going to be financed. The panel today is going to talk about financing, but not generically about financing, but specifically about a type of financing called blended finance. And I'll set the scene as to what blended finance is. Hopefully through this conversation with the panel, we've got a very diverse perspectives, but hopefully homogeneous, of my panelists today. We've got the perspective from senior civil servants, from ex-Minister of Finance and a current Cabinet Minister. We've got a perspective of a market maker, a capital markets financier. We have the perspective of development banks. And we also have the perspective of an asset owner, asset operator, all of whom do financing. So what is blended finance? For those of you who've been in the world of financing, it exists in multiple different forms. You have public markets and you have private markets. You have debt, you have equity. What is true is it's all quite specific. Capital flows to a certain direction in pursuit of a certain outcome, mindful of the risk that it's taking. So return has to be seen at the sums together with risk, and risk and return are synonymous. In the deployment of capital, mindful of those two dynamics, risk and return, it aggregates in certain ways to find a place comfortably between that risk and return dynamic. And that aggregation of capital takes various forms. In a large way, it's called structured finance, where it comes together and interacts together in a coordinated manner. In a more bespoke manner, it's called corporate finance, where it's applied to corporate balance sheets. In an even more bespoke manner, it's called project finance, where it's aggregated specifically to deliver a certain outcome, being a project. And what blended finance is a bit of a sum of them all. It's a way of aggregating capital from multiple sectors in pursuit of an outcome which hitherto has been driven largely by the impediment or the challenge associated with climate change. So what we're going to talk about today is the experiences of the panelists in respect of either structured finance, corporate finance, project finance, or indeed blended finance. And what we're going to talk about is why it makes sense to aggregate capital from different sectors. And we're going to talk about what type of capital is best placed to take certain risks and how do those risks exist. So to start the conversation, I'm going to start right at the top with my good friend on the left, Minister Shimi, who was involved and was the custodian and the, I would say, the visionary behind a blended finance fund in Namibia while he was Minister of Finance. And Honourable Shimi, I'd like you to, if you would, just share your thoughts as to what was that about, why did it make sense, and what were your considerations as a minister in going into something? And the relevance of it is it's not dissimilar to the position that the Indian government currently find themselves in as they conceive of the use of blended finance in pursuit of MDF. But over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and it's a pleasure to be here. Well, I think first we need to understand what was the vision. Our president came up with a vision of Namibia playing a role in the production of green hydrogen. So that was the vision, and the vision is based on the fact that when you look at Namibia's resource base when it comes to renewable energy, Namibia is definitely one of the countries that are endowed with, with high intensity of renewable energy, solar and wind. And because of that, we believe that we can play a big role there in the production of green ammonia, in the production of green hydrogen. So, as you know, this is a new industry, and new industries need to be created and need to be created. So, and therefore, you need to support it from different perspectives. So, support from policy is not only about laws and regulations, but also in terms of finding some concessional capital that can help to de-risk the industry. So one of the reasons was practically to try and de-risk the production of green ammonia, because this is driven by the private sector, but you need concessional capital, public money, that is going to provide seed capital that you can blend with commercial capital to be able to support this industry. That was one reason. The second reason is that like in many things, cost of capital is always important when it comes to the actual production. So we realize that the cost of capital is going to be a very significant factor in the production of green ammonia. And we need to find a platform that is going to do the coordination, because otherwise you will have frictional cost that is going to increase the cost of capital. So one of the reasons why we established a fund is to have this coordination mechanism. The fund is really a coordination mechanism that is bringing different sources of capital together. You know, as I have I have already mentioned public capital, concessional capital, but again, that is funding a different stage of nurturing this industry. For instance, the development of the projects that needs risk capital that is going to de-risk this phase. Once you move into construction, for instance, you can then bring in other sources of capital. So again, you are blending. Once you move into production, you can also bring other sources of capital. So the blending part that Andrew has already explained, it's really to do the coordination of capital so that you can bring the cost of capital together, and that will make the projects more profitable. So that's really the main reasons. And so far, this fund that we have established with our partners, climate fund managers, and Andrew, of course, is leading that outfit. So far, it has supported a number of projects that are already in the pipeline. One, for instance, is in the production of green iron, practically producing hydrogen and using that hydrogen as a reducing agent to separate iron from oxygen, and then the byproduct will be water. So this is really a wonderful technology. So, and others are aiming at producing green ammonia. So it's really supporting these projects, but ultimately you actually want to nurture the emergency of the whole industry.
Thank you, Honourable Shimi. Murthy, I want to come to you if I may. Adani Group is no stranger to project finance. And what the Minister's been talking about is one of the dividends of blending is indeed lowering the weighted cost of capital. But there's another role to it, which is also to be more risk absorbent, because certain types of capital absorb different types of risk. In how you think through project structuring, whether it's blended or, whether it's structured finance, corporate project, and specifically as you think about the sector, maritime sector, what risks are peculiar to the sector? What risks are peculiar to this particular initiative that you think could lend itself to the use of concessional or more risk-absorbent capital?
First of all, thank you. Good afternoon. I hope all our future is very bright. My present is already way too bright. So, I hope our future is as bright as this. Andrew, to your point, first of all, let me actually tell you it was a great introduction you gave to set the context of different types of capital that is required. The corporate finance, the structured finance, the equity, how does the capital structure looks like. What is being talked about here, to come to your question, is sort of very large scale, very ambitious project for times to come in terms of creating or sort of changing the maritime phase of India to something very, very, very large. And this business does require a lot of capital. So the need for blending capital starts from the fact that the initiative requires large amount of capital. In our experience, I'm coming from, Adani ports. We operate 15 ports in the country and 4 outside India. And we've built half of them and we have bought half of them. So we've gone through, sort of the full cycle of building all the way to operating. What is striking to us as we go forward, and that I think is actually, relevant to the industry as I see it, you can take this experience and probably paint it for the industry, and therefore addressing your question of what the risks are. The risks for these large infra projects are manifold. It starts with, the concept risk, whether there is actually going to be a market for such large opportunity that we are putting. And, of course, country like us lag infrastructure, but we are now trying to shift from lagging infrastructure to actually leading in infrastructure. So therefore, we need to create market. So, not all investors are as excited, And in the journey of creating this market, there is a risk. And that's the reason why you want to build, different types of capital. And, you spoke eloquently about, the challenges that you face when you're creating a new industry. We are talking about creating a new industry. And in doing it, unless you have a stack of capital, we wouldn't have done our job well. And it would be challenging for next 10 years unless we address it on day one. We put, the riskiest capital at the top. For example, it could be from the government in the form of a concession or a grant. It could be from impact fund. It could be from multilateral fund. So different types of risk capital comes at the top. Then you have the traditional equity, then you have the project. So in conceiving project of this scale, it is important for us to blend the capital to fix the capital issue at the start and be comfortable that as the project unfolds, you have tied yourself up to a comfortable financing position, and therefore, you can see the project through. That is one. The second aspect, if I may take a little bit, it's a question of what leads what. In even large operations like ours, we find blended capital, which is basically the emphasis here assuming is on impact capital or a technology capital or an innovation capital. In managing a large business like ours, we have so many business processes. We are able to absorb new technology for our own business process by actually tapping into this blended capital. We could actually say we create a new digital platform for certain parts of the operation, and it would, for all you know, be actually coming from blended capital source. Because the technology innovators are quite happy to actually start from that point of view. So, to manage different types of risk, we end up blending capital. And then the last thing that I want to also talk about is, it's an individual choice. We as a company in the past used to actually have one single balance sheet approach, where we put all the money in the top and then give it to the respective projects as the projects keep coming. However, we find merit in going forward, also exploring capital sources which are unique for that particular project. For example, if we are doing it in a geography, or if we are importing large part of our machinery for the project from a country, so the country's export financing coming, we need to keep that separate. And if you're trying to do a business in a new geography altogether, we do come across situations where either that own country or other people who are interested in actually contributing to the development of that nation want to participate in these projects. So we keep those projects separate. So the need for blending capital arises from various different reasons, and it basically achieves, number one, a comfortable financed project, and number two, addresses the risk with the corresponding capital that you have, and number three, achieve what you talked about, the best cost of capital for the project.
So I want to pick up on that last point and segue and stick with the risk theme, if I may, and move to the development banker. Because the provision of risk capital typically comes from a source of capital provider, certainly in the world of blended finance, and indeed in infrastructure financing, which is catalytic in its nature. It tends to come from the public sector side of the balance sheet, of our global balance sheet, and it either comes from governments or from development banks or the development banking community, be that multilateral development banks or DFIs. Michiel, wearing your hat as EIB, obviously one of the big global heavyweights in the MDB space, finding the right balance between the return expectations of the private sector and the development banking community and the public sector, all of whom are looking for, in part, sort of a triple line outcome, which is either social impact, financial impact, or physical impact. How do you find that balance, wearing your hat in the middle as a sort of the honest broker? How do you find the balance?
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting us to this panel. Very interesting. I'm going to talk a little bit about the blending finance model at the EIB, and then we come to this return expectation.
Could I ask you to keep your mic up?
Okay. Yeah. So, as you rightly said, the EIB is a multilateral development bank. We're a bit different from others like the World Bank or the ADB in that we are owned. Our shareholders are the 27 member states of the European Union. This means that we work very closely with the EU in all our operations. I'm based in Delhi. I'm probably have the most unusual location of any banker in the country, because my office is actually inside the EU embassy, quite unusual for a bank. But that shows very closely that we are very much aligned with EU policy, and we go along with what the EU wants to achieve in terms of cooperation with a country like India. This leads us to the blended finance model. So we have blended finance on both sides of our operations. Let's say on the sourcing of our projects, we work with the EU. The EU has a budget. The EU is budget driven, right? We as the EIB, we're not budget driven, we're actually sourcing our funds from the capital market. Budget driven is always limited, so the EU has limited resources available for development cooperation. They use these resources in order to guarantee loans from their partners, like the European Investment Bank. So when we do a loan in the area of what we mainly do here in India is public infrastructure projects, when we do a loan to a public infrastructure project, we get guarantee from the EU. Sometimes we also get additional instruments like grants for the project and technical assistance for the project, which further help in de-risking projects. And then we use our AAA rating to get relatively accessible funds from the capital markets. We blend this together, the whole mechanism, and then we finance projects. But we finance only, according to our statutes, we can finance only up to 50% of projects. The other 50% have to come from partners like public sector, private sector, or other MDBs. Yeah? So blending, this whole sort of blending is our business model, right? And what we achieve with this blending mechanism is, for every million in budget resources that the EU has, we in average generate projects worth 15 million. So it's a 1 to 15 leverage that we have there. And in terms of return expectations, it's, I mean, we're giving loans usually. Yeah? We're always doing, in a smaller portion, we're also doing equity. I'm coming to this in a moment. But in terms of loans, I mean, we have our pricing, which is usually competitive, because we are not profit maximizers. We have this triple bottom line, as you mentioned, right? As you rightly said. Social impact and especially sustainability impact is more important to us sometimes than actually the financial return of it. Of course, we have to cover our costs. That's normal, right? But the costs of a bank, cost of financing is actually kept relatively low through our AAA rating and our access to all the capital markets in the world, basically. So what we do, as I mentioned, what we do and what does it have to do also with maritime impact? The EIB is financing in India mainly large-scale public sector infrastructure projects. So we have been active historically a lot in the urban mobility sector. We're financing the metros in 7 cities currently across the country. We're in water and sanitation. We're in renewable energy. We're not yet so much in blue economy finance, but it's something that we're actually very actively looking into opportunities now for the future to see where there are opportunities, especially in conjunction with this concept of the IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, where ports obviously will play a very big part of this concept. We also do work with the private sector, mainly in terms of funds here in India. So we are invested as anchor investor in several funds. They're all climate related. They're all nowadays, we work with European fund managers in this area. So we recently signed, for example, as an anchor investor into the Edelweiss Climate Fund in India, about a 60 million share of us with the anchor investor. This is then blended with capital from other sources, and their aim is, for example, for this fund to get to a closing offer of a total of 300 million. So we as the EIB, we provide very long-term patient capital. We provide, let's say, accessible expectations in terms of profits, because we're not a profit maximizer. And we also provide sometimes other elements that can contribute to the de-risking of projects, technical assistance, or also grants in some cases.
Okay.
Not in all cases.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, there's a theme I want to pick up, which is your 1 to 15 mobilization. But before so doing, I think the comment you made about long-term patient capital is really important. We came out of a lunch earlier on where a gentleman at the table said that what's important about the type of financing is that it creates a bridge to belief. It creates a bridge of what is possible. In fact, Muthu, I think it was actually yourself. I'm sure I've misquoted you, but it was that type of idea, is that it's having belief that it's doable, and if you've got the belief, then the capital will follow it, but you've got to have the right type of instruments. And Niels, I'm going to come to you because you're sort of you're in the market. One of the definitions of blended finance is it's the use of scarce enabling capital, like the type of money that Michiel's got, to mobilize commercial capital at scale, but in a manner that can be differentially sharing risk in pursuit of a certain objective. And if you look at the capital markets at the moment, there's assets of probably 115 trillion out there, broadly speaking, split between those instruments of public instruments, debt and equity, and private instruments, debt and equity, where the bulk of it is definitely in public debt and the least is in private equity. So you've got access to the public debt, you've got access to the private equity, but it's all about timing. So what I want to come to you, knowing that you've been in this market of ship and maritime financing for a while, is what are your considerations around accessing the capital markets, the debt capital markets, and where are we in the cycle of both maritime financing and India and the world financing cycle generally? That's a big question.
That's a big picture. I mean, you could just intro first on to Clarkson Securities. We're part of Clarkson's group, which is the largest ship broker in the world. I mean, a full-service investment bank, raising equity, but also a debt for our corporate clients within 4 sectors, being maritime, offshore, renewables, and metals and minerals. The maritime space being a key part of it, given our background and our platform on the broker side. But in terms of on the debt side, we're not a bank, but we're an advisor. We raise and structure capital, everything else than bank loans. We don't have a balance sheet. So that means we do Norwegian bonds, the Nordic bonds, I can talk about it a bit later, US bonds, convertible bonds, we do direct lending towards private lenders, and US private placement. So when it comes to like the current state of the capital markets, it's not as, on the equity side, it's not as if it's been so focused on on where we are on the cycle so much. I think on the equity side, it's been very quiet. And why has it been quiet? I think it's been a lot of uncertainty on the fuel side, which has held back decision making on renewable fleet. And then, that has back, and then on top of that, that has of course spread into the uncertainty to the public equity market as well. So you've seen, the share price has been trading low, and nobody's been doing anything, not investing and not raising new capital. That said, at least now things are changing. We raised $110 million for VLCC company on the equity side last week. We have 2 IPOs in the making, looking to close before on the maritime side before Christmas, one of which has an Indian link actually. On the debt side, it's been very active. The credit market's been very favorable. We've seen on the maritime side a lot of companies refinancing their debt, using the bond market to either refinance, maybe take out purchase options they have on the sale leaseback, or as just another alternative source of financing. So not only be reliant on bank financing, but using this bond market to raise capital. And this is actually what has happened over the last, I would say, 3-4 years. We had such a strong market in the shipping space that the shipping companies have managed to delever quite dramatically. We came from a situation where, back in 17, 18, banks were reluctant almost to lend to shipping. The balance sheets for many companies were quite stretched. Now that's completely changed. So if you look at all the bonds that are in the market, they're basically all unsecured. So, and the pricing on average is around 400 bips, which is pretty attractive if you look at that compared to bank financing. So it's been strong demand, and whatever that, for these bonds and what has not been absorbed by the bond market, direct lenders have taken, small transactions. And quickly, just to mention this, I think on the Nordic or Norwegian bond market, why it makes it attractive and why by far the majority of all shipping capital from the bond market is raised to the Nordic bond market is you can do a lot lower volume than you do in the US. Sorry, in the US. So it's like we do bonds from $50–75 million upwards to $500–600 million, and there's no rating. It's super quick. So it's a source of capital to kind of blend your capital stack that is there and very relevant for the maritime sector.
That's really great. Now what I'm going to try to do is actually bring all these thoughts together, because we've covered a very large landscape here about what blended finance could potentially do. And I'll go into a little bit of the building blocks of my summary, but I'm going to conclude and then work backwards. So what blended finance does is it gives a platform for a new form of conversation. Because it doesn't prescribe a certain outcome, but it rather aspires to a certain type of delivery, it enables a new type of discussion between financiers. And it's multifaceted and very varied. I mean, you heard today about the role from the government, about the role of blended finance. A pursuit of a low cost of capital, but also importantly, a signaling event of stakeholder aggregation around a common theme. You heard about from the necessity to use, or the opportunity to use blended finance both at a corporate level as well as a project level. Heard about the role of development banks leaning into using scarce resources to mobilize the larger resources that exist in the capital markets, in the private markets. And you heard about the access to these private markets through platforms like exchanges that are lowering the barriers to entry to access these type of markets. Now, I think the most exciting part about this is that this is evolving almost as fast as this conversation is. And what you're seeing is blended finance models being implemented for different purposes, both at a sort of pan-regional basis across the global south, and you're seeing it being implemented on a national basis, specifically sector focused, like in India. So to conclude, I think that this has really been probably reflective of the variety and the richness of blended finance as a tool and a product, but also the ability to actually have a very broad stakeholder conversation around a common theme. So I'd like to, I think I've 1 minute to spare, so I'd like you to all to join me in thanking the panelists for their time and their thoughts and their contribution to this ongoing conversation. Gentlemen, thank you. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnstone, for guiding this important conversation and moderating this panel so effectively. I now request you to present our panelists with mementos. Panelists, requesting you to kindly return to the stage. A memento for Honorable Mr. Shimi, Honorable Member of Parliament, Namibia. A round of applause. Now presenting the memento to Mr. D. Muthukumaran, Chief Financial Officer, Adani Ports. Now presenting to Mr. Michel Stadil, Head of Regional Representation to South Asia, European Investment Bank. Now presenting to Mr. Nils Skogstad, Managing Director, Investment Banking Division, Clarkson Security AS. I would like to call upon stage Shri Dipesh Shah, Executive Director, IFSCA, to present Mr. Johnstone with his memento. Thank you to our panelists. Now, for our final panel in this track is Building a Strategic Alliance for Harnessing Maritime Financing in India. Please welcome on stage our moderator, Mr. Sebastian Churi, Head of New Ventures Climate Fund Managers. Please also welcome our esteemed panelist, Dr. Andile Sankyu, who is the chairman of the board at Transnet Society Limited, where he leads transformation across Africa's 10 billion rail and port system through governance and stakeholder alignment. With extensive leadership experience in infrastructure, mining, and finance, he brings strategic vision and operational depth to complex institutional challenges. Transnet is the largest freight logistics chain that delivers goods in South Africa. I'd next like to call upon stage Mr. Ajay Chaudhary, who is co-CEO of Ship Management at Synergy Marine Group, overseeing operations for over 700 vessels and 28,000 seafarers. A former chief engineer and maritime veteran, he drives ESG-aligned strategy, capital efficiency, and low-carbon transition in global shipment management. I'd now like to call upon stage Mr. Ashil Sobri, who is the Regional Coordinator for the Indian Subcontinent at Port of Antwerp and Bruges International, where he leads commercial strategy and advisory for port development. With a background in maritime transport management, he identifies investment opportunities and supports strategic projects across South Asia. Lastly, I'd like to call upon Mr. Tarun Gulati, who is the CEO and co-founder of eShipFinance.com, with over 30 years of experience in maritime and finance, including senior roles at DVB Bank SE, a qualified master mariner and BASE Business School graduate. He blends seafaring expertise with financial innovation to reshape global ship finance. Handing over to you, Mr. Suri.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel, which is all about strategic alliances. India has ambitious goals for its sector, its maritime sector. It's strategically positioned along key trade routes. It has one of the world's longest coastlines, and it is planning to be a global hub for sustainable and efficient maritime activities. The country targets up to 1 trillion in investments for, amongst others, green shipping, the modernization of ports, boosting its shipbuilding industry, and building inland waterways. Now, the global maritime sector, as we know, is rapidly evolving. It's shaped by new technologies, the energy transition, and the need for more sustainable supply chains. The panel today will cover the importance of partnerships in managing these developments, but also to deliver on India's maritime transformation by driving technology transfer, innovation, and capital flow. So I'd like to start with a question to the panel member sitting to my left, Dr. Sanku. Welcome. With Transnet, obviously, you've played a central role in modernizing port infrastructure across Southern Africa. From your experience, what lessons can India draw from Southern Africa's approach to balancing public ownership with private participation in port development and modernization?
Sebastian, thanks very much for the opportunity to be invited and speak at this conference. I just want to talk about Transnet a little bit, to say that Transnet is a state-owned logistics company. In South Africa, we cover rail, ports. We also cover fuel pipeline. And so, in a large measure, we're an integrated logistics operator. So just to explain some few things. So when it comes to ports, we are a terminal operator, but we are also a port authority, all part of Transnet. And with regards to rail, we are the infrastructure owner and also the train operator. So just to address your question, when we took over as a board, we find ourselves with underserviced, under-maintained infrastructure, port equipment that was not working optimally. As a result, the state that the business was in was not able to support the economy in terms of its needs. So the first order of business was really that of investing in modernizing and upgrading our infrastructure. So how did we do this? Our approach has been a very simple one. The first thing that we did was to set up stakeholder collaboration structures, working with customers, working with vessel owners, working with traders, and all of the key stakeholders. One thing that helped us was to stay close to customers, to understand what are their needs, what are their requirements, so that whatever response measures that we have in terms of port equipment, upgrade and marine fleet renewal speaks directly to the needs and interests of our customers. So I think one of the things that surprised us was the level of collaboration and goodwill that our customers shown us. Let me give you an example, Sebastian. So once we had ordered our own port equipment, I mean, lead times take anything from 12 months to 18 months. Some of our customers who are shipping lines were able to loan us their own equipment. I mean, we needed RTGs, and they were able to bring them from some of their ports as far away as Los Angeles, and they brought them in so that they can help us to bridge, you know, this waiting period. So at the heart of our marine fleet renewal has been a strong pillar of entrenched customer collaboration. So that's the first thing that I want to share. The second one is strengthening ties with OEMs. It's very critical to have strong and deep relationships with OEMs. The first thing that we saw in our case was that it helped us to shorten the lead times, you know, because they understood the agency, they understood our requirements, and they were able to give us port equipment that speak to our needs. Let me give you an example. We wanted equipment that is resilient in terms of climate change and extreme weather conditions. So this was part of the spec, you know, that was built into that. So last year, we procured equipment worth about 3.4 billion rands. And this year, we've just spent another 4 billion rands. So, and this is part of a 5-year program. But what we've been happy with is strengthened ties with the OEMs is the fact that they've been able to identify and understand our needs, give us proper advice, and making sure that the kind of port equipment is resilient to extreme weather conditions, but also it's, they've introduced what they call its life cycle equipment management, so that we are able to manage, you know, these ports across the cycle. The third thing is the introduction of private sector terminal operators. 2 years ago, we had taken a decision to award a concession to one of the overseas terminal operators, but we then got caught up in a legal challenge by one of the losing bidders, and that delayed the implementation of that decision up until recently, when the court found in our favor. So we are busy as we speak with the process of implementing, you know, those concessional arrangements. Why is that attractive to us? Number one, it introduces much needed capital. which will help us to modernize the equipment, not at our own cost. Number two, it helps us to bring in new technologies, which are much needed. Thirdly, it helps us as well to introduce global best practice in the way in which we operate the ports. And it also introduces competition. And then my last point, without necessarily monopolizing this discussion, is that we also are busy with new projects that are in the pipeline. One, for example, we would be modernizing our bulk terminals so that we can better support the needs and the growth aspiration of mining companies. And so doing that, we are partnering with the private sector, to introduce the much needed capital. And there are a couple of projects, one that will be coming up in November for Richards Bay, and then early in the new year, end of Q1 for manganese. So those are definite opportunities that are on the horizon, where we will be strengthening our collaboration and participation with the private sector. The last point is that we also are responding to the changing energy needs of the country. We've just finalized an agreement with Volpac, together with a local bee partner in Richards Bay, to build and operate an LNG terminal. Because, those are very concrete priorities that we have set for ourselves that put it beyond doubt in terms of our resolve to modernize our ports, create space for competition, but also be able to become a significant global player, in the ports. I'll pause there. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sanku, for such an excellent answer. And I think these examples make it a lot easier to also visualize how public and private partnerships come about. Very impressive. Moving to your neighbor, Mr. Chaudhry. You have your own experience with partnerships, I believe, managing an impressive fleet of vessels and ships across the globe. And most recently, you teamed up with EDT Offshore for offshore operations, digitization, and also quite important, decarbonization. So, Mr. Chaudhry, could you explain how do you see these types of global collaborations influence India's maritime system, and how can India best position itself to capture this opportunity?
Thanks, Sebastian. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to join the discussion on how global collaboration, technology, and finance are shaping India's maritime ecosystem. My reflection today are framed around three connected themes. First is India's inflection point, where capability meets ambition. In today's morning session, I heard a lot of people talking about India's inflection point. So I find it important to get into that. Second is operational transformation, where digitization and decarbonization are reshaping competitiveness. And third is, of course, finance as the bridge between aspiration and measurable outcome. India's maritime sector is at that inflection point where skill, scale, and ambition are converging. For decades, we have powered the world's fleet with seafarers. Today, that same human capital is helping design and manage sustainable, technology-driven assets. Global collaboration like our joint venture with EDT Offshore and projects such as our partnership with Jana Marine of Saudi Arabia, which operates several offshore support vessels deployed in Aramco projects, are part of a new phase of partnership defined by capability, exchange, and value addition, rather than plain outsourcing. The offshore segment is an ideal testing ground for the model. It combines high precision operation, digital monitoring, and decarbonization mandates. Partnerships bring in advanced systems, data transparency, and engineering know-how, while Indian companies bring and contribute technical resilience, project discipline, and cost comparison. As per one study, 70 gigawatt of offshore wind potential along Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, India can transform these collaborations into a long-term energy and maritime value chain, provided we align regulatory predictability, technological localization, and access to blended finance. We are talking about 70 gigawatt of offshore wind energy. If one this offshore panel is producing about 15 to 20 kilowatt, you can imagine number of offshore units deployed on these two state coasts for generating the power. It will hugely escalate and emerge into a big infrastructure and availability of offshore vessels, deep sea drilling, and many others. So that is really going to accelerate if we really work on these offshore projects. This is where the first theme, capability meeting ambition, becomes real. The challenge is not regulatory. Challenge is not the partnership at scale, but actually the institutionalization of the entire ecosystem and the stakeholders where India will get benefited from. I hope we answered your question. Thank you.
Very clear. Thank you for that elaborate answer. All right. Well, we'll be moving on to your neighbor, Mr. Sobri, who's with the Port of Antwerp-Bruges, who obviously have a lot of experience with partnerships, looking at co-concessions and partnerships across the globe, and quite active, I believe, also in India. You've had a presence here for quite a while. My question to you is, given India and India's vast geography, what lessons from your side and from your vantage point in terms of hinterland connectivity, how would you apply that here to strengthen multimodal transport links between Indian ports and inland logistics hubs?
Thank you, Sebastian, for the question. This is my third panel, and I've received the same question to share lessons. And I always think it's difficult as a small country in Western Europe to give lessons to the fourth biggest economy in the world. But I'm going to share how we work around hinterland logistics at Port of Antwerp-Bruges. I have to start with our location. We are blessed with a beautiful location, actually a very strategic location in Western Europe. We are dead center in Western Europe, connecting to the south of Europe, to Italy in 3 to 4 business days. And not only via road, also other modalities such as inland waterways. We connect all the way to Romania via the Rhine. And also when it comes to rail infrastructure, we also connect to places such as Spain, Portugal, and also Italy. So in terms of hinterland connectivity, you are very well located. However, we do have a strategy on how to work on hinterland projects, and that strategy composes 3 things. It's infrastructure, efficiency, and connectivity. The efficiency part is more focused on digitalization, and I believe that we will do a deep dive into digitalization later in the panel. But I'm going to focus on infrastructure right now. What we have done is actually making it a lot easier for barge operators to be active in the port. So what we have done is we've built waiting berths for barges. We have requested dedicated berths at container terminals within Port of Antwerp-Bruges to ensure that they, or usually what we see at container terminals is that ocean-going vessels receive priority to barge operations, which is, as far as we are concerned, not always a good thing. We understand the rationale behind it, but it's not always a good thing. So we've decided to add into our concession agreements with container terminal operators that they should have dedicated berths at their terminal. And something that we have done on European level is that we've heightened the bridges along the Albert Canal, which is actually the inland gateway to Port of Antwerp-Bruges. We've heightened them. I can't give you the right air draft, but we've heightened them so that we can stack to use 4 high on barges, so actually to increase the cargo per barge. Now, through those steps, we currently sit at a modal split of around 50% of traffic is done by barges. Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, so we've achieved a modal split of about 50% of our cargo that is transported via barges, 30% is transported via rail, and then the other 20% is divided between road and pipeline. Because as you might know, Port of Antwerp-Bruges is the second largest petrochemical cluster in Europe, so we do have a lot of transport via pipeline as well within the port platform. And you already mentioned international partnerships. I also want to come to that. We do share our expertise on what is now called corridor building, right? Because actually hinterland connectivity is all about corridor building, but it's just a new buzzword that everybody is using. So we are working on the Abidjan-Ouagadougou corridor in Africa. So it's Ivory Coast all the way to Burkina Faso, if I'm not mistaken. But we're also active here in Assam, actually, in one of the Seven Sisters. We are working with the Assam Inland Waterway Transport Development Society, which falls under the Inland Waterway Authorities of India. And we are working on a strategy to attract more passenger and cargo transport along the Brahmaputra. And as you know, or maybe not know, but you should check the river Brahmaputra on Google Earth or Google Maps, whatever works best for you. But it's a difficult river. It's only navigable maybe 6 months a year due to the monsoon, which allows for very deep, which allows deep draft vessels. Obviously, on inland waterways, you might need max 4 meters. But it's a difficult project, but we work, we do all this through community building, and it's something that we do in Antwerp as well. And as you mentioned, Sebastian, about partnerships, working closely with our concessionaires, not only on the port platform, but also outside. Think about authorities, think about sustainability groups, you name it. We work together with them to come to good solutions to difficult challenges.
Indeed, make sure your waterways work, but I like the analogy on bridges that if you go inland that they need to be high enough, but it is about bridge building, isn't it? It's a multi-stakeholder approach. You're not only looking at one party that you're dealing with, but it affects all the parties in the port and around it. Then I'd like to move on to Captain Gulati, Tarun. Can I ask you my next question, which I need to look up now, where I left it. Here we go. And that's about green vessels, going green. So far, the thesis is that green vessels cost a bit more to build. They're more expensive. And there's also quite some uncertainty about the availability of green fuels. So from your perspective, from a ship financing perspective, that is, how could blended finance model, a blended finance model or any other models help with broadening access to capital and accelerate fleet decarbonization?
Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, everyone. Nice to be here. So green vessel financing. So green vessel, first of all, it's a very broad definition on what a green vessel is today. There's no consensus on that. So just broadly speaking, this at the moment, it includes ships that have capability of alternative fuels, i.e. ships that burn non-fossil fuels. It could also include conventional vessels that are more energy efficient, that have energy-saving devices that they call maybe an assisted wind propulsion, better paint system, underwater cushioning for air bubbles, and all of this basically to reduce the emissions. So there's a broad definition. However, if you look at the fleet today in general, where you have over 130,000 vessels globally, of which maybe say 75,000 are cargo and the rest non-cargo, only the uptake of these green vessels so far is only about 12%. And if you look at the order book, which is 7,000, even in 2025, where we have, moving towards net zero 2050, a lot of talk, but even today, so that means the ships that are going to be built today are going to be on the water for at least the next 20, 25 years. But 50% of those are built on conventional fuel, and that is because the owners are not convinced that there is enough infrastructure today that's going to protect their investment that goes all the way out into the future. So we are going to have a combination of ships which are built, and of course some of them, like LNG, somebody mentioned earlier today, is a transition fuel. Methanol, you can have certain green corridors. So for certain types of ships it works, but for other types of ships it doesn't work. So there's this huge range of different views across different nationalities, different ship types, where what a green vessel is, how do you define it, where do you build it, and of course there's a cost associated to it. The main thing is the cost associated to it. Now, in terms of financing these ships, these vessels, obviously it's a new technology, so it will obviously cost more because it's not mainstreamed today. Now, as a global digital platform, eShip Finance, we get a lot of inquiries, especially a lot from India, for buying ships. And there is a big, massive gap in what they ask for versus what they can get. And of course, it's a natural evolution. You have, trade is increasing in India, and it's a natural integration for the traders to vertically integrate shipping within their supply chain. So the first idea, and because we are starting afresh here, with this whole new perspective and new policies that are coming out with green initiatives, it is very nice to see that they have an opportunity of starting afresh green, with green as their agenda. Now, the main thing, the problem that comes in shipping is that shipping is not only a very capital-intensive industry, it's also an extremely volatile industry, right? So you have cash flows that are going up and down, and the ship owners typically here. So we are in an environment of high freight, and that is what pinches a lot of the traders because they say, hey, I want to buy my own ship. Why should I pay so much to somebody else? But this is a cyclical industry. It's going to go up. It's going to come down. And as a result, what you see is that people are asking for extremely high leverage, which is not normal in usual ship finance models. And the market in India is extremely price sensitive, right? And they want a lot of capital. And the key thing, other thing is that it's the hedge against the dollar. So, shipping is usually dollars business, and loans that you get locally here in India are typically Indian rupees, and they want to hedge that position. Now, in my mind, blended finance it's a tool that can bridge the gap between the equity that is available that the ship owners have today versus what banks actually lend safely. Because it's a volatile industry, they need to protect their capital as well. Banks always think, I'm going to lend money, how do I get my money back, right? It's always nice to know that. Now, blended finance is not something that is only useful for new build ships or new technology, because there are lots of ships that are needed for global trade. It's also going to help in retrofitting existing tonnage that is out there. And I think it has the ability of creating structures with long-term financing, which is essential for shipping. to match the capital intensity of the industry versus the volatility in cash flows. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Captain. And that's obviously something that is close to our heart, the blended finance. And indeed, I think for financiers, the volatility of cash flows is a tricky one, and that is what blended finance could do, right? Through either instruments like guarantees or first loss to make the cash flow profile more stable, which lenders and senior investors would like to see. Whereas concessional capital providers could actually provide that buffer and therewith unlock an industry which is in need of funding to get there. We are obviously in a time where the ships are still seen as majority grey fuel. Going green is a journey, and it needs a push from multiple sides, and financing and blended finance might well be one of them. Thank you for those insights. Then I think we'd like to move back to Transnet again. Dr. Sanku, if I may. There's also the question of alignment between public goals, national goals that your government, for instance, the government of South Africa has set, and then also the interests of private investors, which are often commercial and not always fully aligned. So what mechanisms have you seen or tried out with Transnet? What works well to balance out commercial and public interests?
I think that is it's something that is dynamic. It's not, those conversations are real, but they can coexist because in the way in which national goals, in our case being to make sure that the ownership of the, what I will call port infrastructure, remains in the hands of government. So for example, in the case of the rail network, the infrastructure company that has been set up called Transnet Rail Infrastructure Manager owns the rail infrastructure. But what it has done is that it has opened up the rail network to have private operators, including Transnet. So Transnet Freight Rail will be one of the licensed operators through the infrastructure manager. So for example, just to put some numbers to contextualize this, the nameplate capacity of our rail network is 250 million tons. In other words, you can move from pit to port 250 million tons. Transnet is currently moving about 160 million tons, and best case, shall we say, 190 million tons over the next 18 to 24 months. So that gives us a delta of about 60 million tons, which creates the capacity for the private sector to move and participate in the rail infrastructure as train operators. As we are sitting here, we have awarded 11 licenses through the infrastructure manager for private sector operators to move bulk goods. And the amount that has been allocated, it's 20 million tons. So if we were to aggregate that with what Transnet is currently moving, it suggests that we have not exhausted or fully utilized the nameplate capacity. So from a commercial point of view, what that suggests also is that there is more space and more leg room for the private sector to participate in the rail network. So to answer your question, this has been neatly designed in such a manner that the national goals that you are talking to are packaged in a manner in which they are preserved and there is no contention around that. But space is created for competition, space is created for efficiency, space is created for introduction of new capital and new resources, but also for the infrastructure manager, new opportunities for generating revenue, which will then be reinvested to strengthen the network capacity. So I do think that this model, as far as the rail network is concerned, is likely to yield results. Of course, this is not something that will yield results tomorrow or next year, but the trajectory in terms of addressing both issues of optimizing the working of our rail infrastructure through private sector operation, also upgrading the skill set, of employees while serving the needs of the economy, that will be addressed. So I'm still talking just on the rail side. The model on the ports, similar but slightly different. As I shared with you that we operate many terminals as Transnet, but now we've introduced concessions where some of the terminals are not going to be operated by us. We've started with the Durban Container Terminal, where it will be operated by a private sector for 25 years. So what that means is that Transnet is also the port authority. So the ownership part of the port infrastructure remains in the hands of government. But the manner in which it is managed and operated is through a method of concession. And there are similar projects like that further down the line. In my earlier remarks, I had mentioned that in the new year, a similar process will go to market for our manganese terminal, where we'll be looking for an operator who will inject capital, introduce new technologies, introduce best practice through a similar model, which will help us to be able to be efficient, globally competitive, but still making sure that we uphold and stay true to the national goals. I hope that helps.
So, yeah, it's very, very impressive to hear how there's the balance in a way is finding a new equilibrium in South Africa, where the private sector is finding corners in the market guided by Transnet to operate and generate additional revenue, which ultimately provides more capital for maintaining such infrastructure, which is obviously very strategic to the government of South Africa. Thank you very much for that answer. For Mr. Chaudhry, another question. We briefly dwelled on that already. You operate one of the largest third-party ship management portfolios, which is quite a feat in itself, of course. But from your global vantage point, looking at India then, how could India position itself as a leading global hub for ship management and maritime services? A big question.
Thanks. India is already emerging as a global hub for maritime talent. Over 300,000 Indian seafarers serve across 1.9 million global workforce. The next stage is transitioning from manpower to the management leadership. Synergy's experience managing over 700 vessels across multiple segments shows how operational transformation can be driven by digital integration and sustainability. Decarbonization is now both an engineering and financial challenge. The winners will be those who can retrofit efficiently, manage dual fuel systems, and prove compliance through data. This is where India can lead by combining operational transformation with financial credibility. Ship managers here already operate at scale with global PSC performance, verified emissions data, and transparent governance systems. If we complement that with innovation-friendly finance, green corridors, leasing hubs, and ESG-linked incentives, we can attract both investors and owners seeking long-term value. Actually, in the morning panel, a lot of discussion was there from various speakers on how India is incentivizing the investment. That was quite encouraging. To achieve this, there are three enablers which matter most. First is future-ready talent trained in both digital systems and low-carbon emissions. Second is integrated data framework connecting ports, ships, and financiers. And third is policy continuity and trust, allowing investors to price risk confidently. In short, India's strength lies in execution. With the right blend of capability, technology, and financial innovation, the country can evolve from a workforce hub to a maritime management and financial hub that delivers sustainable scale. I hope that answers your question.
It does, it does. The consistency in your messaging is really commendable. The sustainability, decarbonization, and driven by technology and data throughout your organization, and pushing that into the system, and also recommending that for the broader country, I think is very, is something to applaud. And I think we should be welcoming that India is not only looking at expanding its maritime industry, but also consistently messaging decarbonization and sustainability along with that. I think we should and must all agree that that is the long-term play here, if one wants to really build a future on this sector. Okay, well, Mr. Sobri, if I may, back to Antwerp, or maybe not. Digitization, you mentioned that before. We spoke about ports. Dr. Sanku also mentioned rail and logistics behind that. And you've also been looking at that with your operations, as you just explained, throughout Europe and through your partnerships globally. So how can digitization between ports, rail, and logistics operators enhance the efficiency of India and India's hinterland community?
Yeah, again, allow me to give an example of what we do at the Port of Antwerp Bruges. So the digitalization part links to the efficiency pillar of our strategy. So remember I talked about the infrastructure, efficiency and connectivity. So looking at efficiency, as a port authority, we developed what we call APICA. APICA is our digital twin, which basically means that we have the physical infrastructure, of the port. We actually have it in a digital version. And the reason why we've done that, it started with business continuity and incident management, so we actually built it in that sense. But that has actually become our port community system. And what it actually does, the digital twin allows all port actors, to receive real-time info on, for example, the traffic within the port. So on a real-time basis, you can see which vessels are moving, where they are going to, which terminals are congested, which not. And that digital twin is actually fed by digital applications based on the 5 senses. So, for example, we use eye noses to detect gas leaks. We use drones to detect fire outbreaks. So the drones have infrared an infrared solution, so they can see actually within the building to see where the base of the fire is, so that our firemen can actually dedicate their energy to that. But besides that, Apica also offers other digital solutions. For example, for, again, barge operators, we provide pre-registration for barge operators, so they can pre-register before they go to berth, and then they can wait at the waiting berths, the dedicated waiting berths within the port, which allows for smoother operations and also gives the port actors, they provide a more time efficiency. Next to that, we also have log access requests, which can be done online as well. So we do have a lot of log systems within the port of Antwerp-Bruges, and by digitalizing that, that makes it all a bit more easier. But of course, all our partners enjoy smoother operations and enjoy efficiency through that digitalization. But it has to be said that digitalization is not the final solution. We do see congestion in the port of Antwerp-Bruges. I know my CEO would say don't mention this, but it is important to tell that it's not all about digitalization, because the past 2 days that I've been here, we've been talking about digitalization, sustainability, you name it, all the buzzwords that are around. But what I think is important for Indian ports is that we have a saying in Dutch or in Belgium, is walk before you can run. And I think that a lot of ports are doing fantastic work. They have grown significantly over the past years. But I think a lot of major ports still have to combat other challenges apart from digitalizing their operations. A lot of dockers, for example, don't have the right PPE equipment. And I think that is a more pressing challenge for major ports than digitalizing their whole supply chain. Everybody wants to use AI for their berth planning, but why would you use AI for your berth planning if your bills of lading are still, if you still use hard copies for your bills of lading? So I think it's important that they take the right steps, so to not kill their own growth. But I am convinced that India has the right tools, has the right manpower, has the right financial prowess, the international cloud, to digitalize their whole supply chain. And I think Prime Minister Modi is pushing that agenda through the Amrut Kal vision, the Amrut Kal 2047 vision. And we, of course, at Port of Antwerp-Bruges are very happy to support major ports and the Ministry of Ports as well in that transition. So, yeah, I hope that kind of answers your question, Sebastian.
Very good. Walk before you can run. I like that. It's in shipping, one might say, determine your course before you can sail. Captain Gulati, over to you. I'd like to talk a bit about risk. Obviously, for financiers, risk is always a theme. They err to sit on the side of risk before they actually hand over a contract with financing. So, in terms of what we're talking about today, what would you like to see from financiers or policymakers to, again, looking at decarbonizing vessels? What would you like to see from them to make financing for green more mainstream, particularly for first movers investing in low-carb technologies?
Thank you for the question. First of all, in general, from a global perspective, the ship finance landscape has changed a lot since the last financial crisis of 2008. In general, the traditional banks that were based in Europe, there's a huge retrenchment from there. That's one part. And the second part, what has happened is, while the number of banks have reduced because of regulation and other things, is that they have moved from the traditional asset-based financing to more corporate lending. Now, as a result, the bigger players they get capital more easily and cheaper, whereas the smaller players are always running behind. Couple of things, because first of all, the bigger companies have the means and the smaller companies don't. They are busy operating ships, obviously. So this has left quite a big hole for small to medium-sized ship owners. And the maritime industry in general is quite a dynamic industry, and being an ex-captain, it's very close to my heart. Now, from a risk perspective, it is extremely important for the bankers, for the financiers to really understand the dynamics of this market, and vice versa too. For the ship owner also, it is extremely important that he deals with a knowledgeable banker or a financier, because this is an extremely volatile industry. And I'm 100% sure with the last 35 years in the industry, there are going to be many moments during the term of your project that you will need help from your bankers. So the more you educate them, the better it is, and vice versa. The more transparency is there between the financiers and the borrowers, the better it is. So that is, from a risk perspective, it is extremely important, because the industry gets stained and tainted very easily. Now, with regards to green ships, again, it is more expensive, obviously, to build. Now, but the thing is that even though she's more expensive, it's not necessary that she earns the same money. She gets a small premium, obviously, but the actual money that they earn is based on the supply-demand fundamentals of the industry, right? It's only certain areas where there's an advantage where you go, like in Europe, where you have these extra taxes and you bring in a greener ship, the cost of operation reduces, which is on a commercial burden, but that does not really fall on the ship owner, it falls on the charterer. So it's not the ship owner's problem as such. He needs to provide an asset where, is more commercially viable. At the end of the day, it's a commercial industry. So from a bank perspective, it is extremely important to understand the risk so that you can match the gap between the value of the asset versus what the asset is actually earning. And there are going to be gaps. There are going to be moments where you don't earn enough money. You need to save that money. And of course, that all comes down to structuring, right? And with blended finance, what I mentioned earlier, where there's a gap between equity and debt, right? It also has the ability to provide longer-term capital where, depending on the structure, because it can use a mix of diversified funds with different terms and cost of capital requirements, because that is also equally important, that is profitable. At the end of the day, it needs to be profitable for everyone, while still focusing on sustainability and building, a resilient and financial structure. And for India in general, I think, it's a very interesting time, I think. While they are in the nascent phase of ship financing and with the shipping now becoming an infrastructure categorization, I think that the course is set in general, and the tides are favorable. Thank you.
Very good. Good to see that hope arising. We're almost at the end of this panel. We've seen some really interesting themes come up. The importance of public and private partnerships to unlock the maritime industry, not only from a policy perspective, but also an operational perspective and financing perspective. Sustainability and decarbonization is key. It needs to be an approach that goes hand in hand with unlocking this sector and finding a common agenda between the various stakeholders. We've heard data-driven approach and digitalization, which is imperative to become a leader in the industry and efficiently operate your system. And lastly, we've heard the theme of blended finance come in a couple of times to unlock this sector. Now, some closing remarks from the panelists, if I may. A simple question, actually, but maybe not so simple. Let's see how they answer them. The key enablers for successful international partnerships in the maritime sector. What would you say those are in a couple of words? Dr. Sanku.
If I may, I think.
Thanks. Before I respond to that, I was just thinking about this issue of building ports that are resilient to climate change conditions. I think this is a big issue, even in terms of systems, because what we are seeing is that there are events that used to be 100-year events and 200-year events that are now happening almost every year, or sometimes 2 or 3 times a year. They are disruptive, and they also cause a lot of damage to the ports, to the equipment, but also the impact on productivity. So in our case, we brought in new cranes, RTGs, the new generation, where the old one, we could only operate up to 70 kilometers per hour in terms of wind speed conditions. But the new generation now we can still operate at 90 kilometers per hour. And also, you can operate those remotely. So those kinds of changes in terms of technology in the first instance, but also accepting that some of the things that used to be abnormal have become now normal. So that's the first point I wanted to make, that we're still going to continue focusing on that, to make sure that we build resilience around the ports and the way even our operating systems. And as part of that, we're willing to travel across the world to learn from our peers who are already operating in those extreme weather conditions. So our view is that we're very open to learning. We're very open to embracing new ways of doing things. And we think that the space that is now opening up with the private sector participation, it creates opportunity for us to embrace global best practice and make sure that it is embedded. Your point about what are some of the enablers, for us, we are single-minded in that we want to reduce the costs of doing business. That's one, through use of technology, and two, through being efficient, in terms of vessel turnaround, and also making sure that we operate safely, and so that in the process of generating more throughput, we don't compromise our safety records. So there's better clarity for us in terms of what would be some of the key enablers that would unlock sustainable value. So I'm going to pause there for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Who's next?
I consider 3 T's as the enablers. First is talent, which we have spoken about in the coming days, or the next generation of maritime ecosystem. We have to have talented people on ship, ashore. For that, of course, the training and many other things are required. Second is the technology. Technology in the sense digitalization and decarbonization both. And third is the trust. So to attract any financier or bankers, it is important that they trust in the regulatory system, and we are able to attract them. For that, there has to be a trust among all the stakeholders. That is something very important. So I think 3 T's are the enablers. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you.
I think it has already been said, it's about the public and the private communication. From a Port Authority standpoint, that's what we do. We bridge the gap between the public actors and the private companies. I think transportation will always find the most cost-efficient way. So I think it's up to the public authorities to make regulations and policies as simple and as pragmatic as possible, so that the private actors can enjoy smooth operations. And I think if I can go back to the Assam project that I touched upon in the beginning, we had a stakeholder consultation, and the barge operators said the following. They said, look, if you give us 1.5 meters to work with on the Brahmaputra, we'll work with it. If you give us 4 meters, we'll work with that. So they'll always adapt to what is provided by and in this case, I think that providing a navigable river is a public responsibility. The private companies will always act on that, so that's my final remark.
Thank you.
If I may add, so for me, I think it's trust and transparency is one of the most important things that needs to be built, and that comes over a period of time. Connectivity is extremely important as well, where you spend more time to understand and reachability to bring people together. That is for anything to work. This is just generally for any partnerships, and of course the right governance to keep it going.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, that brings us to the end of our panel. A big round of applause for our panelists, please.
Thank you, Mr. Suri, for this stirring discussion. And a special thanks to all the panelists over here for sharing their experiences. It has been a pleasure to be enlightened on how collaboration can scale India's maritime sector. May I also request all of you to step forward and assemble for a group photograph? And may I invite Ms. Rajashri from Climate Fund Managers to deliver the closing remarks?
Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the Blue Economy Finance and Investment Forum today. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways on behalf of Climate Fund Managers, International Financial Services Center Authority, and National Bank for Financing and Infrastructure Development. Thank you all to the dignitaries and delegates for their valuable contributions today. We heard from our delegates how blended finance can be one of the solutions for transforming the maritime sector in India. In the second panel, we heard that India is at an inflection point to move from manpower to management level. But Indian ports also need to walk before they start to run, and we hope that blended finance can help you buy the right shoes for this transition. May the ideas shared here today catalyze stronger partnerships, greater investments, and a sustainable blue economy for India. Thank you all for joining us. Have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you.